So it is 5:30, and we will call to order the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees, a regular board meeting of Thursday, October 15th. We do have a quorum present. Mr. Moses is joining us virtually. If everyone will stand, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Great. Thank you. We will now move to public comments. At each board meeting, the board will set aside time to afford the general public an opportunity to speak on items both on and off the agenda. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. I would like to remind the audience and the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. No audience member will be permitted to engage in any conduct that is disruptive or threatening toward any speaker or other person. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Mr. Math will be the designated timekeeper. He will hold up the 30-second card, but he will also announce 30 seconds. The first speaker is Deanna Dawson. You can, Ms. Dawson, if you can hear us, you can begin.
Can you go back to her?
We'll give it.
Can anybody hear you?
Ms. Dawson, can you hear us? Sounds like someone's microphone is on.
Doug, can you hear us? Ponick?
I don't know. All right, Ms. Dawson, if you can hear us, can you, your time is starting.
Hi, my name is Deanna Dawson. I'm an educator here at Round Rock District. I'm also a member of the TSTA and the Education of Round Rock. This is a matter of public concern. How can we begin to protect our students, their family, and our community with this virus? We are our students' educators, counselors, nurses, suicide preventers, abuse reporters, the shield in case of campus intruders. In a recent letter from Dr. Flores, he acknowledges the fact that distancing, mask, and constant cleaning has helped with the transmission of this disease, but our numbers are still slowly rising, especially at the teams that have been quarantined at Stony Point. Yet with those protocols in place, our numbers and children in the upcoming 9 weeks will be increasing. How does it make sense to take what is holding the virus at bay back? If we stop social distancing, how can we contact trace? When we're adding more students to our campuses, how can we contact trace? We are letting in unknown entities into our building. Do parents know that this is a possibility that they might not be inside the main buildings due to most electives being in portables? With the new CDC risk assessment levels at our schools, we are currently at medium risk category. On October 19th, we will be due to funding that drives the call back to face-to-face learning, but is it really? We will end up going into high risk category by the passing in the hallways and changing in classrooms. Electives are being used as a carrot for false security. How is it fair to your students, the parents, the unheard teachers that feel like their only recourse and their voice is to resign? Though with only 10% of most students coming back, our parents at home have raised their voice by keeping them at home. We understand that our schools need to be open, that we need to educate our kids. I love our children. I love my community. I create a safe spot in my classroom for children to come away, to get away from bullying, to tell me their problems, to come out to me. I don't feel like that this is a safe spot.
30 seconds.
If we integrated more students into the school, but at least held back 2 weeks until we see what happens with those numbers, then start having them pass in the halls. I think that would put our fears a little bit more at rest, because we are a community. We are trying to be a district of innovation destination, but with this situation, it's just a Band-Aid instead of reimagining education.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Sterling.
Please let me know when I can begin.
You can begin now.
Thank you. I am a Round Rock educator, and I am speaking today about a public concern. The district's phase plan is dangerous to our entire community. The district is about to launch phase 4 of their plan, ending any attempt at consistent social distancing and any attempt to effectively isolate children in pods. Our district superintendent's recent letter referenced the effectiveness of these preventative measures, but then stated that we are ending them as a district due to the low incidence rate perceived in our community at large. The high incidence of COVID in July dropped dramatically through the use of mask wearing, small groups, and strict social distancing. The reopening of schools, however, has created the greatest potential means of transmission yet. District numbers have already been climbing exponentially since we reopened in-school learning. According to the district's own COVID tracking, the district's initial incidence rate started at 4, then moved to 9, then 12, and has now reached 25 new cases per week. Because of the district's reliance on self-reporting, those numbers conceal the reality of the situation, and that is with the use of pods, low numbers of students on campus, and social distancing. If we already have exponential growth of the disease in our schools, how is opening our schools up to more students with non-isolated pods and no social distancing requirement going to slow them down or even keep them steady? It simply will not. The choice to reopen without social distancing will create a predictably dangerous situation for our students. We know it will increase the number of infections and subsequently the number of deaths, injuries, and family tragedies amongst our student population. How does the board justify putting our students and staff, all their families, and ultimately the entire community in danger? When I've asked administration and district officials, the same answer has come back: money. Our children are being sacrificed for money. The district fears the loss of funds due to defunding threats from the TEA and ultimately the governor. I have no doubt that things will get worse before they get better. I have no doubt that eventually the people of this district and the people of the great state of Texas will, possibly under duress, decide they must fund our schools regardless. But this district and all of us who work within it or have our children served by it have a moral and a legal responsibility to ensure the safety of our students.
30 seconds.
Phase 4 knowingly puts our students in a less safe position. Without a safe learning environment, there can be no learning. And if we are to have no safety and no learning, why are our schools open at all? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is April Brinson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just stop with the irrational fear-mongering and drama. Enough. Mounting COVID data for healthy adults and children simply does not warrant the devastation we're seeing on our children's health and education, and I'd like to explain why. But first, Round Rock ISD's original survey showed that 63% of students and 68% of teachers want legitimately in-person school, just like our numerous neighboring districts have had successfully for weeks. Why did Round Rock ISD twist that survey data up with implementing pod prisons? Of course, students don't want to come back under the horrendous conditions currently in campus pods, so surveys now show a falsely low number of those wishing to return. Why did Round Rock ISD refuse to provide legit in-person school that a clear majority want and TEA requires per their definition of on-campus attendance? Both our pediatrician and optometrist have warned that excessive screen time, as well as social and physical isolation and the lack of quality educational instruction provided via online school is unhealthy. And virtual school goes against the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Why would Round Rock ISD require an environment that's strictly advised against by the American Academy of Pediatrics? I spent my morning today in a physical therapy office with one of my children who has been diagnosed with a low back injury common to adults working in sedentary computer desk jobs. I was told by the therapist that they're seeing an epidemic of children in sedentary virtual school with back and neck injuries, which is normally extremely rare in children. The therapist said our children desperately need to be back at in-person school immediately, running, walking, playing, moving, attending PE and athletics classes, walking campus between classes, and not sitting all day at a computer screen. Even in virtual athletics class, my child only has to click a box on the screen to receive credit. Why is Round Rock ISD promoting an unhealthy lifestyle and habits to our children? 3 weeks ago, we had one of the scariest phone calls of our lives when we found out that a Round Rock ISD friend's child had attempted suicide. This is a student with no history of mental illness and ultimately is overwhelmed and hopeless by isolation and lack of access to campus resources with a full load of AP high school classes. As you may know, last week, a Round Rock High School teacher emailed parents about widespread rampant academic cheating happening among physically unmonitored students at home. How are we to take grades, class rank, etc. seriously when the cheating problem is so bad that many students have told me that they're at a tremendous unfair disadvantage if they're not cheating?
30 seconds.
What sort of ethics is Round Rock ISD promoting? I ask our elected trustee leaders who are sworn to oversight and to holding our superintendent accountable to call for a vote tonight to resume legitimately in-person school immediately. Let me make it abundantly clear that no trustee is to hush up, stay in your lane, or otherwise refrain from speaking up and representing us, your constituents, with bold leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky McCauley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Hi, tonight I am here to once again ask the district to provide face-to-face instruction on campus, in person, for my daughters at Round Rock High School as soon as possible, per request, per TEA regulations or guidelines, okay? And it's not just for me tonight that I'm advocating for my daughters to get access to their amazing teachers at Round Rock High School. There's a group of kids that are really suffering from this. Our at-risk kids, just the fact that they're being denied access to their teachers is ridiculous. So let me give you a reason why. What does at-risk mean? I was an at-risk kid. When I first set foot at Round Rock High School in the 100 building many years ago, I was a broken down, beaten 15-year-old who really saw no reason to live. 3 years later, I walked across that stage in Dragon Stadium, a completely different person. I had confidence. I was still kind of a hot mess, and you could probably say I am today. But I had hope. I had confidence. I had a view for the future that I wanted to see happen. How did that happen? I didn't have access to therapists or social workers. I did not have an extended family to support me. I was basically alone. I had no church community to rely on. So I had the Round Rock High School community I had thousands of hours and interactions with teachers and admin, building relationships, them giving me confidence and showing me the value that I had and that I had a reason to live. I had Dr. Russell walking down the halls pointing at me saying, "Love you, babe." I have a lifelong relationship with my high school counselor, Miss Kylie. She still sends me birthday cards in March. Pep rallies, dragonettes, cheering for my favorite football player on the field. All of this made a huge, deep, profound impact on my life. And it was a matter of life and death for me. So when I hear that my wonderful, beautiful, the district I love more than any in the world is denying access to this school ecosystem to our amazing kids until November 9th, possibly longer, I'm confused because in my job, I see districts all across Texas safely going back to face-to-face instruction, including districts much larger and hotter zones than ours, like Houston ISD is going back on Monday, face-to-face for all students that want it. So I'm here today to ask somebody, anybody, I don't care, somebody, please be a hero for our kids.
30
these
seconds.
Kids that need you. Stand up for them. Fight for their right to have access to their teachers, not just for academic reasons, but for those kids out there right now like me that were broken, beaten down, feel like they have no reason to live. They need this school ecosystem. It's a matter of life and death for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christelle Erickson Collins.
Good evening. I think we have a moral obligation to our children that can be easily summarized. Number one, protect them from harm. Tom Allen. This is the beginning of the presentation that will be given tonight by Chief Yarborough. But I wonder about whose children are included in this statement and what harm we are referring to. We know that school policing exacerbates the disproportionate harm done to Black and Brown students. Round Rock ISD was presented with a plethora of literature about the negative effects of school policing and unfortunately chose to develop a department anyway, even though the data shows that school police departments do not prevent or keep students safe from school shootings. The process has lacked transparency, has not taken into account the recommendations from the safety and security team's extensive report, and has refused to listen to the communities most impacted. As a social worker, I am deeply concerned that the presentation tonight is a collaboration between the police department and behavioral health. Behavioral health should be a completely autonomous department from policing. The goals, ethics, and modes of operation of each are completely different, and by commingling them, the implication is clear that behavioral health will simply be another nicer branch of policing. I am shocked that anyone would consider this ethical or acceptable. I can only assume that this decision was made from a lens of racial disconsciousness. And so I ask, what is the commitment from leadership towards alleviating the racial disconsciousness that is in evidence? What initial and ongoing implicit bias training and racial consciousness education will be required of officers and behavioral health workers? Has the community been involved in the choosing of these trainers? It is not acceptable to say that hiring minorities is sufficient if they are not racially conscious and trauma-informed. What oversight will there be? And how will the community be brought to the table in decision-making? These questions must be answered in a transparent way going forward. Lastly, I think it is prudent to ask how any fiscal shortfall as a result of COVID will be assessed. Is this the time to introduce a police department, purchase multiple vehicles, and hire officers when the economics are yet to be determined?
30 seconds.
What services will not be available due to the funds that are going towards a police department? It is unknown what the enrollment will be and what resources will be forthcoming from state and federal entities. Is it fair to ask taxpayers to be doubly taxed for two separate police departments? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Einhorn.
Hi, I'm Nancy Einhorn. I have been a resident of Round Rock ISD and a taxpayer for over 30 years. And it's my understanding that the Equity Task Force has given advice on several issues that have not really been paid attention to. There needs to be attention to the disparate impact that behavior discipline in schools is affecting Black and Brown students. There should be community oversight for this, and we really need anti-racist consciousness for if we do hire these officers. Being a minority does not ensure that that is the case. And the behavioral health employees also need that as well. I just have a lot of concerns about having police in schools. I didn't grow up with that. I didn't ever feel there was any need for that. And it just makes it an unwelcoming place to have that. And it's unfortunate that situations have come about with guns in schools that make people think that will help to have more guns in schools. I really, really want to have the safety and security team paid attention to when there is advice about what to do to make all of our students safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Moore.
In August of 2019, the Round Rock Safety and Security Task Force formed. Round Rock ISD asked a number of ISD chiefs of police and law enforcement to come sell us on an ISD PD in those first several meetings. As we continued on, no ISD chief of police kept coming, no one law enforcement kept coming, other than the Bastrop ISD chief of police. He attended almost every meeting of our task force that we had from August 2018 into January 2019. We met twice a month. I always wondered why he continued to come to our meetings. December 2019, the Round Rock ISD Safety and Security Director suddenly resigns. February 2019, it is announced that the new Round Rock ISD Safety and Security Director is the Bastrop ISD Chief of Police, the one that attended all of our safety and security task force meetings. In February of 2019, at the regular board meeting, I stood before this board and expressed my dismay and concern with this hire. Effectively, this administration had single-handedly just hired their new chief of police, and the perception is that it had been planned for all along. I challenge everyone to go watch that meeting again, February regular board meeting. Sometime in February or April of 2020, Round Rock ISD hired a search firm, SGR, to assist in the recruitment and hiring of a chief of police. In May, I was interviewed as part of this process by SGR, and we spoke in detail what the process would look like. Town hall meetings with candidates, community engagements, meet and greets, equity task force involvement. August 21st, 2020, Round Rock ISD announces they have hired a new chief of police, and wow, it's their own safety and security director. You know, the former Bastrop ISD chief of police, the one that came to all of the safety and security task force meetings. What happened to the recruitment and hiring firm of SGR? None of that process ever came to fruition to vet out candidates or have community engagement. So who knows if the best candidate was hired? Who knows if this was an equitable hire? The process was never completed. The Equity Task Force never weighed in on any candidates. How many thousands of taxpayer dollars were wasted on the SGR firm when this administration knew you would never let it play out to the end? This was all just smoke and mirrors to cover up the fact that back in February of 2019, the highest level of this administration, in collusion with other executive staff, in agreement with the newly hired Round Rock Safety and Security Director, the former Bastrop ISD Chief of Police, was actually being hired to become the next Round Rock ISD Chief of Police. You may be saying to yourself, Ms. Moore, this is water under the bridge. This is not water under the bridge. This is an ever-present reminder of the absolute disregard for this community and for the lack of honesty and integrity at the highest levels of this administration. This police department has been conceived and birthed on a bed of lies. How can you or it be trusted? I have but one question for the board members that will remain and all candidates listening. When are you going to hold this superintendent accountable? I suggest that you start with an investigation into all things surrounding SGR and the hiring of the Round Rock Chief of Police. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Constanbader.
Thank you. I share some of the concerns that have been shared already regarding equity in the district. When I look at the and policing and the way that relates to policing, I'll be interesting to hear the presentation later in the board meeting between that Jeffrey Yarborough and Amy Grosso will give. I'd like especially to see some detail and get a deeper understanding of the intersection of discipline and law enforcement on slide 10. We're primarily concerned with the fact that law enforcement enforces law and protects the students. That would be my understanding of what the function of the police in a school district would be, is to protect the students and not discipline the students. Allow the disciplinary policies and procedures to be carried out by civilian personnel on staff and not armed law enforcement officers. That's a primary concern to me, as well as understanding what the procedure and process is for an educator or a staff member in the district to invoke the arrival of a law enforcement officer to deal with an issue. Has that been defined? If so, with what input from the community? If not, what is the plan to take community input from properly trained individuals that understand the need for racial sensitivity in defining that policy and process? And then furthermore, I have a question about the reporting structure between the chief of police and the director of behavioral health services. It looked like from the announcement in 2019 of the director of behavioral health services coming into the district, that she was rolling up to what at the time was not a police department, but a safety and security committee. So is that still the case? Do we have the director of behavioral health services who, by title, I would assume is concerned
30
with
seconds.
The mental health of the students in the district, reporting to the chief of police? That seems like, at glance, would be an inappropriate reporting relationship, and I'd like to hear more about that. I'm pretty concerned about that, and then just general transparency around the social worker program, and having some kind of review for bringing new social workers into the district, and some kind of training process to heighten their.
Thank you, Mr. Constanbader. The time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Esmeralda Rubalcava Hernandez.
I've spoken before about the harms that will be done by creating a Round Rock ISD Police Department. We were given statistics, evidence, expert testimony, and free labor by the Equity Task Force, yet here we are now. You've ignored all of the fact and submitted to politics and bias, and we now have this police department. There has been a lack of transparency all along the way. The Equity Task Force was not involved in the hiring of Chief Yarborough. The community was not involved. Harm and violence will come to already marginalized children. Make no mistake about that. Now it's time to try to do your very best to reduce those many harms to come. You need to have community oversight over Chief Yarborough and the entire Round Rock ISD PD. This oversight needs to be comprised of diverse people, and that doesn't just mean people of color, which is what you all seem to think it means, but by people who are racially and socially conscious as well. You all need to prioritize people who are bilingual, and you must have a certain number of bilingual officers per campus. As for the partnership between behavioral health and the PD, you need to make sure, Dr. Grosso, that this partnership does not mean that you answer to the police force. They should not be a tool to hurt people, and neither should behavioral health. As a parent with a background in social work, I know the harms that have been done and are continually done by social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, LPCs, who are not racially and socially conscious and who are not allies of the LGBTQIA+ communities, who are not trained in de-escalation, who are not trained in crisis management. You need to have an oversight committee of racially conscious folks involved in the hiring process of the social workers. All of the social workers hired need to be bilingual. I cannot stress this enough. Bilingualism is crucial. This district serves families who are not English speaking. They are not represented here tonight or in many places within the district, although I continually ask about translation services at these meetings. But they need to have access to bilingual folks when it comes to their mental health. A language line is not enough. You need to start stepping up, Dr. Flores and the rest of the board. You need to step up, Chief Yarbrough. You need to step up, Dr. Grosso. All of you need to step up and listen to fact and not fear when it comes to our children. What are you all doing to improve your own racial consciousness? And remember, being part of a Black or brown community does not automatically make you so. You all need to do the work. If you do not, our children, my children, will suffer. Do you want to say that you didn't do all you could to prevent these harms?
30 seconds.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Simons.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Deborah Simmons. I'm a mother of two and spent almost 2 years serving on the Round Rock ISD School Health Advisory Council, also known as the SHAC. I spoke at a board meeting a year ago to introduce the Parents' Rights in Education Proclamation. I am back today to ask you to acknowledge all parents and endorse this simple proclamation. In recognition of the vital importance for education, excellence, and meaningful collaboration between the school district and families, we recognize November as Parents' Rights in Education Month. Whereas we acknowledge parents are a child's first and foremost educator and have the primary responsibility for the education, care, and training of their children. And whereas education is comprised of a range of activities by which families and communities teach knowledge and skills, including ethical and behavioral norms and traditions. And whereas fairness and equity must be afforded to all students and families in the school district. And whereas public schools need cooperation and support of all parents. And whereas the parent-child relationship shall be honored and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators, and school board members. Therefore, we declare November Parents' Rights in Education Month, affirming the constitutional right of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their children. It is my great hope that you agree with these principles and that you will endorse this Parents' Rights in Education proclamation this year. Since I am presenting this virtually, you can find this proclamation at www.parentsrightsined.org/PRIE-month.html, and I will send it in your email for your review and consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Silvestri. Michelle Silvestri. Is there anyone?
Is she in the waiting room? Hello?
Oh,
She's not in the waiting
okay. We will go on to Kelly Hansen.
Good evening. Something caught my attention in the September 24th meeting recording that I wanted to bring up. The board was discussing the Caraway renovation and how those needs have changed due to the boundary changes. And Trustee Vessa said something that made me curious. This is a direct quote. Forest North actually has similar issues because it's the same design. Having heard before that they are sister schools, I thought I would pull up the 2018 bond list to see what Forest North got for dealing with similar issues. And the answer was, although they received money for other projects, there was nothing to deal with the lack of the stage or the cafeteria, the kitchen, etc. They got nothing for those. Now, I went and looked, and there was a similar project in the original bond list, and it was actually ranked pretty high up for need. But it was yanked late in the process and didn't make one of those final cuts to make it into the bond. I don't know why. I then decided to look at what other similar projects also didn't make the cut. So in addition to Forest North getting cut for the kitchen and the stage, Purple Sage, Gaddis, and Great Oaks all had high need classroom expansions, and Light Oak needed a gym and library expansion, but that was in the next category down. There were quite a few projects like that in the same vein, but they also didn't make the bond, of course. So in that September 24th meeting, it sounded a lot like Caraway was given $5.2 million or so for the original project, and that even though some of that need, the classroom expansion doesn't need to exist anymore because of the boundary change, there is still serious discussion among the trustees about them getting some optional wish list items in addition to their actual needs. I feel like this misses the spirit of the bond. If you go back and listen to the July 28th, 2018 presentation on the bond proposal, the bond committee talks about how hard it was to make cuts. But they were trying to address the greatest needs, and they wanted to address equity as well. Not every school was going to have the same things, but making sure we don't leave schools behind. I don't have the answers. My children don't attend any of the schools I've mentioned, and I don't know which projects are the next greatest need. The ones I listed seem to be the most similar to the one approved in the bond, though I'm sure there are others. What I don't understand is why one school, Caraway, would get both their needs and wants met when other schools are waiting patiently in line for the next bond to come up so they can get their needs met. As a taxpayer, it seems to me that you folks figured out a way to save some money by redrawing boundaries, but aren't shuffling extra to where it's needed most. That doesn't seem fair or equitable to me. If you save 15% on your car insurance by switching insurance carriers, you take that money and pay for gas, not buy an ice cream cone and a movie ticket. So I'm asking the trustees to take another look at how those savings could be used after Caraway's greatest needs are met. Maybe at Forest North, as its less well-off sister school, or maybe one of the other many elementary schools that need a classroom or space expansions as well. Thank you for your time and all the hard work that you do.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Mary Marsden.
Hi, thank you for listening to me tonight. I'm coming to you as a member of the Round Rock ISD Bond Oversight Committee. We had a meeting in February as planned. Our next meeting was to be in April, and obviously COVID hit in between. Our meeting was canceled by the district, and they have not rescheduled it. I have reached out multiple times to our to the district and to the to our team leader, and he did not respond. No response from him. Not sure why. He did respond literally an hour before I was scheduled to go on tonight, with no explanation of why he did not respond to me earlier. The bottom line is that we have not had a meeting. We are an oversight committee. Our purpose is to monitor, have a second set of, as a group of eyes on the bond expenditures outside of the trustees, and we are being denied that the ability to do as we are supposed to. I would strongly like to have a meeting before the end of this month, and the other members of the group are in agreement with me. The second thing I wanted to talk about was our because we haven't had meetings, these items don't get to get discussed. Is the Oversight's website, which is supposed to provide transparency to the rest of the district, has not been maintained. The last posting of our meeting minutes was done in January of 2019. No other information has gone up since then. We have not gotten any reports from HPM on that website either. And my last thing is that the district did provide us with a very nice link for us, a private link for our group to be able to contact members of the district regarding any concerns that we may want to, that we had personally, or that we wanted to find more information out from another member of the community. That was set up such that we could ask a question, but the question would be answered by sending it to our team leader, the committee chair. But as I mentioned, the committee chair has not been around. So therefore, that whole system is broken. And I would like to see that get fixed, either by just allowing the allowing all the other people on the team to see each other's questions that are being posed.
30 seconds.
And then the response to be sent to all members when a response does come out. That it should not have to be channeled through any other person. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate everything that you folks do for the district.
Thank you. And that is our last public speaker. So now we were.
Am I allowed to speak? I heard you call my name, and I had my audio off.
Yes, absolutely. So you have 3 minutes. You can begin now.
You're giving me 3 minutes? I'm sorry. Is that what you said?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am here today to represent some of the other staff that may feel uncomfortable talking in public, but I'm going to keep this kind of short. Here are my statements and questions. I had a whole thing written, but I do really want to get to the statements and the questions. I wanted everyone here and who is listening to know that when the executive staff sent out an email stating that we may not be able to maintain the 45 square feet per child, that means that we actually can't keep 6 feet away from our students. And we can't keep students away from students and staff. So on Monday, more students return and staff will no longer be allowed to follow the CDC guidelines that has proven to mitigate the deadly virus. If we have more kids in our class than square footage required to keep them 6 feet apart, oh well. The standard answer that's given to the question of why the heck would we do that has always led back to the TEA said so, and the CDC mitigations are just recommendations, so we don't have to follow them. As a district, continually, we try to achieve equity for all. So my questions to the board are, once one classroom or one member of our Round Rock ISD family can't maintain 6 feet in their classroom, then are we all going to stop social distancing? Are we not going to enforce the social distancing policy equitably? Are some teachers and students who are in low enrollment classes going to be safer than students and staff in higher enrollment classes? I would surmise that most of the students that are coming back that we will be putting in non-social distancing spaces are probably already the underserved that we have been fighting to increase their equity for years. Are we going to, again, let them be the guinea pigs in the non-social distancing environment? Is social distancing an important mitigation procedure that we should continue to use or not? Yes or no? Whenever we can, I would say is not a valid, equitable choice. Do you agree? If it is deemed that social distancing is not important for one, then it should be deemed that it's not important for all. Can you please provide the staff members an example of any industry in the USA other than education that is not practicing social distancing per the CDC recommendations defined as within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes? Not only are we not allowed to social distance anymore, we were informed yesterday that students may no longer wipe down their areas because the EPA said so. So clearly the EPA has a lot more clout than the CDC when it comes to infectious, deadly viruses and mitigation. So yesterday's decision to keep harmful wipes away from kids has significantly increased teachers' chances of contacting the virus.
Time's up.
Now we are expected to clean up 30 tables, desks, chairs, computers, keyboards, mice, etc. In 5 to 7 minutes during passing periods. I'm not just dusting my house here, right? I'm trying to clean up.
Yeah, your time is up. Thank you.
I hope that the district will push back.
Yeah, she just needs to. All right. Thank you. We have to move on. Time is up for the speakers. We are now moving to closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, the board will meet in consultation with attorney regarding EEOC complaint. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, the board will receive an update on the development of the superintendent evaluation instrument. Pursuant to Section 551.074, the board will consider assessment information related to the board's self-evaluation. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, the board will consult with its attorneys regarding SC and BC individually and as next friends to CC versus Round Rock Independent School District, cause number 1-19-CV-01177-SH in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Texas,
you don't have this.
Austin Division. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will consult with attorneys to discuss the duties, roles, and responsibilities of a public officer and employees. Right. It is 6:15, and we are in closed. All right, so let's go ahead and call. It's 8:23. We're going to go ahead and call back into open session. Are there any motions coming out of executive session?
Madam President. Oh, thought I had it up. Hold on one second. Somebody gets it up before me. Madam President, I move to reject the plaintiff's settlement proposal in the matter of SC and BC individually and as next friends to CC versus Round Rock Independent School District, cause number 1-19-CV-0117-S.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to reject plaintiff's, I'm not looking at it, to reject plaintiff's settlement in SC and BC individually and next friends to CC versus Round Rock Independent School District. All in favor, raise your hand. And Mr. Moses, all right, 7-0. It passes 7-0. Thank you.
Sorry, I got kicked off and had to log back in.
That's all right. Welcome back. So now we will go to item G1, Superintendent's Report, Reimagining Education. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we do have 3 presentations during the Superintendent's Report. The first one is our COVID presentation. So I want to bring to the district an update on the COVID pandemic as we are dealing with all aspects of it. And from tonight, you heard some speakers who want to come back as fast as possible, and then you heard from some teachers and their concerns as well with that. So those are the kind of things that on a daily basis that we address and we deal with. But make no mistake that we're trying to do the very best that we possibly can. As it's noted, on October the 19th, we begin our second grading period. We will begin to allow for a little bit more mobility on our secondary campuses. So we're going to be cautious and we're going to be measured as we do that as we move forward. So I just want to say to this board, thank you for all the support. I know it's tough on you guys as well. It's tough on a lot of folks, and we're trying to make the best decisions possible. But we also know that no decisions are 100% going to make individuals happy, but we are grounding all of our actions on our guiding principles. And our number one guiding principle is staff and student safety. So that means the physical health of our students as well as their emotional well-being. So with that, our presentation tonight, Reimagine Education. I'll turn it over to Dr. Presley, and then we'll have subsequent staff with their parts in this very important presentation. So without further ado, Dr. Presley.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, President Weir, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you tonight and to talk publicly about our Reimagining Education plan. Some of these slides you've seen before, and we do update them each time we present to keep you in the know of what's happening on our campuses and in the district as it relates to the pandemic. So we can go to the next slide. You've seen this slide before. This is our phased-in approach. If you look at TEA website, there are multiple phase-in approaches. Every district has a unique approach to how to bring kids back into the building. And I won't go through all this, but as you remember, on August 20th when we started, everybody was virtual, all students and all staff. We brought back some kids in specialized settings next. And then on September 15th, we brought back students to campus that had chosen to be on-campus learners. Some of those were children of essential workers or students of essential workers, and others whose parents just felt it was a better place for them to be on campus. At our secondary campuses, we did pod, so that's why we say it's on-campus learning. They're on campus, but they were still learning virtually in pods to mitigate the amount of movement on our campuses, once again, to take a much more cautious approach than many other districts took. And that's to the frustration of a lot of people that wanted us to just go back to having regular school, moving to regular classes right away, and to the dismay of other people who thought we were moving too fast, as Dr. Flores referenced earlier. Phase 4 begins on Monday. As you recall, the state requires that we give parents a choice to select again at home or in on-campus learning each grading period. And I appreciate the opportunity the board gave us in changing to a 9-week grading period this year, so that we would have more time to kind of strategize and stabilize with each grading period. So we appreciate the approval of that. And so our second 9 week starts on the 19th, and that'll run till the end of the semester. So the next slides I'll share with you are the numbers that we have that were selected by parents. The challenge with allowing parents to select whether they're going to be for each grading period at home or in person is challenging, because we want to give parents as much time as we can, because conditions continually change. There could be a spike or a mitigation in the virus, and so we want to give as much time as we can, but we also have to allow our campus administrators time to plan to receive the kids and know how many kids are coming back, so they can appropriately schedule and staff that. So on October 19th, we will begin phase 4. And as I said on the next 5 slides, by learning community, it shows the percentages of kids that are going to be returning to the campuses that have signed up for that. I also have you be mindful that any student or parent can choose at any time to go back home. You can switch any time from at school to virtual, but at the beginning of the 9 weeks is the only time that you can choose to be on campus and stay on campus. So you can't go back and forth. Obviously, that would be a real challenge for our campuses to have to change schedules and classrooms and all that if they didn't know how many kids were going to show up on a given day or a given week. So that's why that approach has been taken. And so on the 19th, you can see the numbers. The first one is the Cedar Ridge Learning Community. And I'll tell you, district-wide, we have campuses. I think our lowest percentage of in-person learning is 7%, and our highest is 66%. So you can see where that's different across the district. It's different by learning communities, and it's also different by campus neighborhoods and just places where, for whatever reason, there are more kids coming back in person than other campuses. So you can see the Cedar Ridge Learning Community. These numbers have been shared and posted publicly as well, because we want our parents to see how many kids are coming back to their kids' school, so they'll know kind of what to look for. And then we have McNeil, and then we can go to Round Rock. I'm going through these quickly because you got them, I believe, on Friday, and they're posted for anybody to see. And then the Stony Point and Westwood Learning Communities, and you can see the numbers that are coming back there. And once again, a parent can change their mind and go home at any time and switch back to virtual, but you can't do it the other way. We are also working right now on the planning for the third 9 weeks, which will start in January. And so that window of opportunity to change your learning status, where everybody can kind of look at the situation, look at the pandemic, see what's happening, see what best fits their family and their students. That'll probably be the 1st of December. So we're working on that window right now with all of our principals on how much lead time they'll need to get things ready to go in January. But there'll be another change coming up where families can select one or the other again. One thing I forgot to mention or failed to mention, on the October 19th at the secondary level, our target is to remain in pods. So we're trying to stay in the pod learning that we're doing right now, which means kids are on campus, but they're learning virtually. But we're going to open up on Monday the opportunity to go to some of the extracurricular fine arts athletic classes, CTE classes that are specialized, that need hands-on, that have certifications. And then our target right now is November the 9th. 3 weeks into that grading period, on November 9th is our target to go back to pretty much normal. Now, if things spike and get worse, we may not be able to do that. And I can also tell you, because of the numbers and the staffing situations on our campuses, there will be some campuses that may be pretty much back to normal on the 19th. So our principals are working through all that right now, on which classes they go to, how many staff members they have that are there. And so it may look very different from one high school to the other, one middle school to the other, and everyone really just needs to be aware of that. So who gets to go to what and how much they're moving on the 19th could look very different across the district. Elementary has not I'll say, and probably they've probably been affected the least as far as of a traditional setting, because traditionally elementary students are in a classroom, pretty much the same classroom all day except when they go to specials. And so it's where it looks very different has been the middle schools and the high schools. And so those are our targets right now. We'll continue to work with health authorities and look at what's going on and see how we can move. One other concern I'll point out before I hand it over to Mandy is some people are, the social distancing piece. And as you heard some speakers reference tonight, and several of the speakers I've met with or had meetings with that were on the call tonight, we are concerned about social distancing. We went in with the abundance of caution that we have, and we still have that, and we still have concerns. We had, the 6 foot distancing, the 45 square feet for each student are in our classrooms. And if we have a campus like I think it's Union Hill that has 66% coming back, they're not going to be able to do that. And then people who think we should be back to normal point out that we wear masks and wash our hands and clean surfaces and all that. That's what other districts already have been doing for a while now. So that is a concern, but there's no physical way that we can tell anybody that wants to come to school, you can come to school and still keep those spacing parameters that we were able to do for the first 9 weeks. So it's not that we're just throwing caution to the wind and we don't care anymore, but we really don't have an option because we're required to have kids in school that want to come. We have to put them in classrooms with teachers and staff, and our principals are working really hard to make that the safest environment possible. But as I said earlier, it may look very different from one campus to the next. So with that, I will turn it over to Mandy Estes, our Chief of Teaching and Learning, for a teaching and learning update.
Good evening, President Weir, trustees, Dr. Flores. I'm going to hit these slides fairly quickly, but I did want to provide you with some information about the supports that we're providing for our teachers and our families, and then a little bit of a look ahead for perhaps some board advocacy that would help us out here in the district. So first, on the supporting teachers side, we have developed a Schoology 101 and Beyond course, which contains not only basics for using Schoology, but also ratchets up to some more advanced uses of Schoology. The course, teachers can go into it and pick and choose and do it on their own time, anything from a short little 10-minute or 5-minute video for a specific new skill that they want to learn, or pulling up a document that tells them how to do something. So it covers class discussions, uploading media, creating assignments, providing feedback to students, using the conference feature, and also how to share resources with other teachers across the district, which is a really cool thing that we're starting to see our teachers do. Teachers have always planned very closely with the members of their team and other people on their campus, but through this venue, we're starting to see teachers share resources across the district and share ideas across the district. So that collaboration's been really, really nice, I think, to see starting to happen. So something for everyone in that class or course. We publish a weekly T&L Talk newsletter that also contains tips on how to engage students virtually, SEL tips. We have a feedback button where we ask teachers, what would you like to see in a future edition? And so we try to keep that very responsive to what they tell us that they would like to see. We also, at elementary, provide weekly lesson planning support. And what these are is, if you think of office hours, online office hours, in which for all of the elementary grade levels, we have a couple of instructional coaches and maybe an ITS that are available on Thursday afternoons, and any teacher can jump in to, for example, the third grade office hours and say, "Hey, I see that the XY unit is Z unit's coming up on the ARC, and can you give me some fresh ideas?" Or there's something in Schoology that I want to learn more about, or where can I obtain a resource? So they're just there for office hour support to help our teachers as they plan. On-demand support. This is what we offered our teachers on Monday and Tuesday of this week, which were teacher PD days. We knew in anticipation of more transitions on the 19th and students coming back to the campuses that teachers really needed time to plan. And so if you take that that weekly lesson planning support that we offer elementary on Thursdays, we expanded that so that all day long, both days, we had staff available that teachers could jump in and reach them instantly, ask a tech question or a curriculum question that they needed support with. And so that was how we supported them with planning and getting ready for this next transition. I do want to celebrate Mark Gabehart and his group. I think some of the trustees have maybe visited some elementary campuses, and if you did perhaps see an interactive flat panel, those were purchased with bond money. Mark, and I've told him this, and he's in the audience, he created a bit of a problem for himself because they have really proven to be game changers, and so we can't get them in our buildings fast enough. But it's a good problem to have, and really appreciate those interactive flat panels. I was able to see one of those in use at Bluebonnet, and we had kids that were virtual and kids that were in the class, and they were together as a class, and they could see each other. And we can set that up with some of the equipment that we have at the secondary level, but it's not as sleek as what it would be with an interactive flat panel. So those are out in our elementaries, and we're looking now ahead to the next phase of middle school and high school for those. And then the one-to-one Chromebooks, we did receive some great news. Those are starting to arrive in November, also a bond purchase. And so there's a plan for distribution of those. They'll be tracked through a system. They'll have a label on them. There's a parent agreement that the parents will sign, basically saying that they take responsibility for the Chromebook. And so there will be a switch out with some of our students as well. We'll start distributing those at the high schools and then flow through. So that's another exciting piece on the technology area. The Reading Academy. Pre-COVID, you may remember hearing us talk about the Reading Academy and how important that was. So excited about that. We were able to build our own internal capacity to provide that training to our teachers in-house. And we have some trainers who are trained and ready to go. We originally had 8 or 9 campuses who intended to start that this fall. But when COVID arose, we allowed the campuses the opportunity to delay if they chose to so do that. And I'm excited to announce that just this week, 2 campuses began that process, Elsa England and Brushy Creek. And we also, our curriculum team and our instructional coaches are going through the training as well. And then we'll look ahead towards the spring, and if there are additional campuses that want to start the process at that time, they can do so. This is required of all K through 3 teachers and administrators. In Round Rock, we're going to provide it to pre-K through 5. Because many of the teachers in elementary will change grade levels from time to time, and it's just great training. And all of our teachers have to complete that. I believe it's by 2023. It's a 3-year period of time. So that's exciting that even during the COVID pandemic and all of the things that campuses are dealing with, we did have 2 campuses that stepped up and said, hey, we're ready to take that on. Next slide, please, Jennifer. Thank you. I'm going to switch over and talk a little bit about parent and student supports. You see the image on the screen. That's a parent guide to Schoology that's posted on our website. We also still do continue to have our FamilyNet support desk from 8 to 5. And I shared that with you previously, and I want to give you a comparison real quickly. I want to find my notes. The week of August the 18th through the 21st, we had 1,443 chats. Of course, that was at the very beginning of the school year. And that most of even though there's a phone-in option, most of these are coming in through the chat option. For the week of October the 8th through 14th, we had 19. And so it's a little bit of smushy data. Kathy might not say it's the best, most appropriate data to measure something, but I think that's a great sign that folks are getting more comfortable and familiar with the system and needing less support. So we're excited about that. We also have been looking for other ways that we can support our parents outside of the traditional parent meetings and supports that we might have available in a face-to-face environment. Our Future Readiness Department held a virtual webinar just this past week, and we had our very own Ryan Smith, Bethany Cassidy, who's an instructional coach, and Christy Evans, who's the Texas State Mentor Exchange teacher. They're all also parents in our district and employees, and so they shared their own experiences as parents with virtual learners and shared some tips. And I'm really, really proud, if you haven't seen it, our parent support team has put together a Family Connections website with videos in English and Spanish and documents in English and Spanish, also a podcast as well. So they are growing this collection of supports for teachers. I looked at one just a couple of days ago that was regarding how to do a read aloud with your child. So we're really trying to provide parents, especially those who are opting for the virtual at-home experience for their child, those tools to help them. SAT testing, I know that was a question from some of the trustees. We do have SAT testing occurring in November and December, and so we're excited about that. Lots of opportunities there. We also have the ACT that will be in December on 3 sites. And, of course, students can go to any sites to take those. And when I checked earlier today, we had still in the November session of the SAT about 40 seats left in the district at the various sites. So they are fairly full, but there's still a few slots if someone needs to get registered and get in one of those. Another topic that's been of interest, I think, is that of monitoring student progress. And if you've watched any of the national news, you've heard, and of course we too are concerned with how are our kids doing in this new environment. We've seen a few districts who have decided to take away the virtual option from their students completely out of that concern. But I do want to tell you that in talking with area superintendents, they're all working very closely with their principals to monitor the kids and how they're doing with their grades. Are they failing? Are they passing? What supports are we providing? And the feedback that we're getting is really, really good. We're not quite to the end of the grading period yet. This, as a teacher, is when you're typically dashing around with your students to get those last assignments in, to get the grades where they needed to be. And again, as Dr. Presley said, the 9-week grading period, we're really hearing positives about that and how much that's helping in this time to give that little bit of extra time for students to complete their work. We also have heard from principals that for students who are virtual learners and really struggling with it, they're having those conversations with parents about, hey, you really might want to think about bringing your student back to school. And then on the advocacy front, and Trustee Vessa, I know this is something of great interest to you. So I want to remind everybody, as the session is just around the corner, that we do have a mechanism for providing virtual opportunities this year, but this year only. And we are hearing that for a lot of our older kids, they're enjoying not only the flexibility of it, but they feel safer during the pandemic to continue learning at home. We think that it could be a popular option still with some kids in the future, and we think we're primed to be able to do a great job of that. However, we do need some legislative changes to occur so that we can do that. So as the session rolls around, I would just really encourage the trustees to keep an eye on that option, and let's see if we can get that option available for public school districts. There's been a moratorium in place since 2013 that has prevented additional virtual schools from opening, and we'd really like to have that opportunity here in Round Rock. So with that, I think I'm passing it over to Sharon Wilkes. No, Kenneth, Dr. Audix. I'm sorry, Kenneth.
Thank you, Mandy. So I have just a couple of quick financial updates, both on the revenue side, and they're both in the good news area. For one, the TEA extended the hold harmless on attendance through the third 6 weeks. So the benefit to Round Rock is estimated around $4.3 million by getting that, because as you know, our enrollment is down. So the hold harmless there is going to help us. And then the other is courtesy of Williamson County that through the CARES Act, they're planning to allocate to the school districts that have students that live in Williamson County $100 per student as of the end of last year. And so for us, that's round numbers about $4.1 million of funding that we should get from them. So between both the Hold Harmless through TEA and Williamson County's funding through the CARES Act, that's about $8.4 million of additional money that we should get. So just wanted to pass that along to you. We're working on, like, one of the requirements to get the funding from Williamson County is that we've got to send them the detailed report of our expenses since from March forward, and so we're working on that, and we'll get that to them. But there's more than enough support for the money that we're seeking to get from them. So just wanted to share that with you, and now I'll pass it on for the facility and safety update.
If you'll go to the next slide, thank you. Good evening, President Weir, Dr. Flores, and members of the school board. I'm here again to provide you with an update regarding the work that we've been doing in response to the virus. We've been updating the board and our staff regularly, and we realized that we have a need to have a guide to keep our families informed about our health and safety protocols. I'm pleased to share with you that fresh off the presses, we have a Round Rock ISD Parents and Guardians Guide to Health and Safety Protocols for COVID-19. It is located on the Round Rock ISD Reimagining Education website, and we want to keep our parents and community informed. And this guide offers families an overview of our district's strategies to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and procedures for when a confirmed case for a student or staff member is reported, and how close contacts are notified, what to do if a student or staff member comes in contact with a COVID-19 individual outside of campus, and on and on. This guide has answers to many questions that we receive, and it will be updated regularly. It's in both English and Spanish. I've shared our prevention and our mitigation strategies previously, but in light of the fact that we'll have more students and staff returning on Monday, I wanted to highlight some of these strategies. And I wanted to remind everyone that to effectively minimize COVID-19 risk, it's important to implement multi-layered strategies. So let me start talking about some of our multi-layers. Each campus has an identified on-site campus COVID-19 contact who will ensure that district COVID protocols are followed. Campus contacts are responsible for ensuring that their campus has the necessary CDC signage, PPE, and regularly communicates with school staff and families regarding COVID-19 related events. The campus contact is in frequent communication with myself, the district COVID-19 coordinator, and Brandy Hafner, the director of health services. If you have questions or concerns about COVID-19 protocols, I would recommend, or even cleaning protocols, I would highly recommend that you reach out to your campus COVID contact. Signs and floor decals are in place to remind students and staff to help prevent the spread of the coronavirus and to keep socially distant. We have personal protective equipment that we've provided to staff members and students, including masks and face shields. And the health services staff and selected special education staff have been provided gowns and gloves for infection control purposes. All campuses and district offices were provided with plexiglass that was to be used as a barrier in reception areas, as social distancing is really difficult to maintain in those spaces. Now I have some very exciting news to share with y'all this evening, and this is for students and staff at the elementary level. We will be providing desk shields for each student at the elementary level. And Mrs. Patty Aguilara, I think you have our sample to show the board what that might look like, the desk shields. And we're really excited about this because the Safety and Facilities Committee made this recommendation to provide the desk shields for students in the lower grade levels because we knew that students who are younger are less likely to be able to keep control of their bodies, and they move around much more than older students. Since it's difficult to keep them from doing things like touching others or covering their coughs and their sneezes, we wanted to make sure to order them for our elementary students. And we had to wait to order them because we needed to determine how many on-campus students we would have returning so that we could be fiscally responsible. So they will be arriving in about 2 to 3 weeks, but we're excited that they're coming. We also have another layered approach that I don't want us to forget, and that is the cleaning protocols that we have in place, including hand sanitizer, hand washing, and so on, but also the training that we have provided to staff members to assist them in learning how to clean and what cleaning supplies are available to them. I'd like to share, I'd like to address what was shared earlier by a speaker this evening regarding students using cleaning supplies and the EPA. So let me be clear that all of the cleaning products we use are safe for students. The issue that the EPA had was that the students do not have the training that we provided to our staff regarding cleaning procedures, like how to actually do the cleaning. We've always had the IonoPure spray, and that is something that we will continue to have. And what we'll do is have teachers spray it, and it doesn't need to be wiped down. So it'll be a very quick spray. We can do it in between classes. It takes 2 to 3 minutes to evaporate, and you can also wipe it down if you choose to. So we're going to continue with this IonoPure spray. We've also updated ventilation procedures, and you all had Mr. Hodebeck last month, and he went into great detail about our ventilation procedures. So you can see we've implemented a really multi-layered approach to minimizing the COVID-19 risk. So if we'll go to the next slide, please. This slide is really about notifications and data. So I want to be clear on our notification processes. For a positive or a probable case, let me explain what is a probable case. A probable case is defined as someone with symptoms and who has a close contact to a person who is a lab confirmed positive. So you have to have both of those things, be symptomatic and have a close contact to a lab confirmed positive person in order to be considered a close contact. So anytime a campus has a positive or a probable case, we treat them the same. An email is sent to the entire community via e-news and to the staff group email address to notify everyone. We go through a process of looking at visitor sign-in logs. We look at the buses. There are so many processes that we go through to be sure that we have identified everyone. So now let's talk about close contacts. So per the Williamson County's and City's Health Department, a close contact is defined as a person who was within 6 feet for approximately 15 minutes or being directly exposed to infectious secretions of a COVID-19 positive or probable case. We notify all close contacts via telephone and email. So there are 2 kinds of close contacts, those who live in the same household and those who are elsewhere. So if a person lives in the same household, the close contact must quarantine for the isolation period of the COVID-19 positive person and an additional 14 days after the last day of the infectious period for the person who's living at home. So this means that potentially a student could be out for 10 days of the infectious period for the person living at home, and then they begin their quarantine period after that 10th day for 14 days, and essentially they'd be out for 24 days. I know that's not ideal, but that is how it is identified by our local health authorities and the CDC. Now, we also have a new notification in place to email an entire class or team so they can be notified of any positive or probable case in the class or on the team. That is that anyone who's in the classroom who maybe isn't, who maybe is farther than 6 feet away, they aren't close contacts, but we felt like it was important to notify everyone in the class or everyone on the team. And that is beginning, we're starting that right now. That has started this week. So those students, they don't need to quarantine, but we did feel like as a parent, and as a parent myself, we would want to know. So that's what we're going to do as well. And so the other part is the incidence rate. And I'm going to talk about Round Rock ISD's incidence rate. So many of our speakers tonight discussed an incidence rate and that it's increasing. And I really want to address this. I know that many are concerned about students and staff returning to campus. So I decided to pull on-campus learning data to show you some facts. We, as of October 12th, have 11,602 students who were learning on campus. Those are the kids that are coming to the campus. As of that same date, we have had 13 positive or probable cases for our on-campus learners. 13. So that means that's an 0.11%. Let me be clear, that's not 1%, but rather an 0.11%. So it's a really small amount of positive cases. Now, we also have another group of kids who come up to school, but who are remote asynchronous learners, but they come up for extracurricular activities. So I wanted to also address that. For our remote asynchronous learners who attend on-campus extracurricular activities, we have about 3,079 students. And the number of positive or probable cases for those remote asynchronous learners that attend extracurricular activities only is 21. That is 0.68%. So again, less than 1%. So it is a small amount. We do have positive cases, and that you can find on our COVID dashboard. But I'm talking about the kids who are on-campus learners, because that's what our folks are really concerned about. I've been discussing the incidence rate in Round Rock ISD, and now I'm going to turn it over to Brandy Hafner, our District Director of Health Services, to talk about the county rates.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And good evening, Dr. Flores and President Weir and trustees. I'm here tonight to keep everybody updated on the current health conditions in the two counties. We remain in stage 3 for the Austin Travis County, where our incidence rate is at 6.5 people or 6.5 new cases for every 1,000 persons. And our positivity rate's around 4%, meaning that out of the total daily number of virus cases conducted, 4% of those are positive. For Williamson County, we remain in phase 2. That's the yellow phase for anybody following their chart. Williamson County's incidence rate is at 4.4 new cases per 100,000 persons, and the positivity rate in Williamson County is 2.9%. So just for a little perspective, in June of this year, the positivity rate in Williamson County was over 30%. So just in the past few months, we've come down from 30% of the people that were tested turned out to be positive. Now we're down to 2.9% of the people tested are coming up positive. We have remained fairly consistent over the past month and continue to communicate with our local health authorities on a daily basis. I truly appreciate our collaboration that we have with these county health authorities, and our district owes them a lot. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
All right, Jennifer, if you can go to the next. Thank you. Jenny had to step away, so I'm going to cover this slide for her. As you all know, we have a district COVID dashboard that's been put into place, and it's getting quite a bit of views, more than 70,000. I'm sorry, I can't see that too well. 70,300 page views to date. It covers both current cases and for the week, and also the cumulative over the time period. And it does have records from September the 10th to the present. Hopefully all of you have gotten a chance to check that dashboard out. I think it's very helpful for our community. And I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Malebra to talk about the pulse checks.
Yes, thank you. I have an update for you on the check-in survey, so if you could go to the next slide. If we remember back, all the way back to August 27th, the board had a discussion about the additional metrics we could be looking at this year to monitor the health of the district. And y'all had a really rich discussion about things that were top of mind that we would want to focus on. Some of that will end up being hard data, so, more student outcome achievement data. But a lot of the other things you're interested in, technology access, adjustment to the learning experience, student staff well-being, those are going to be measured on our check-in surveys. And those will be monthly. Starting in the next couple of days. We're still incorporating the Spanish translation, so if it doesn't go out tomorrow, it'll very likely go out on Monday. It's short. It's mobile friendly. Each of the surveys has 10 or fewer items, and they're all rated on a slider scale from 1 to 10, so it's a very easy, quick, and kind of engaging way to do a survey. So it will go out to all campus staff, students through grades 3 through 12, and then our primary guardian email address for each student. So we're very excited to see the results and to watch how things develop over the course of the year.
So I believe that's the last slide in the presentation. So if you guys have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those.
There's already lights, and I saw Trustee Vessa first. So, Ms. Vessa.
So I'll just ask the one that pertains directly to Kathy first. So when we fill these out, or when parents and students and teachers fill these out, is it going to be by campus? Are they going to designate a campus that they're?
Yes, we will. We'll know their school, their learning community, of course, demographic information. So we loaded up all the program type of information. Grade level, whether they're an on-campus learner or a virtual learner. All of those ways we'll be able to disaggregate.
Awesome. And when do you anticipate being, like, when is that window open and when does it close? And when do you think you'll have some data?
The plan is to send them out the second week of every month. We might be just a day or two behind schedule this first go around, to leave them open for about a week. And then, it'll take us a couple of days to get reports out after that. So the idea is it's quick turnaround, get ready for the next one, if we need to make any tweaks and then, of course, we have different groups that we'll send out the results to. So Mr. Gabehart's team will get the technology ones, Mandy will get the instructional items, et cetera.
So those aren't public reports, then they're just for staff use?
They absolutely can be made public. They're completely confidential. We could do a summary for the public.
That would be great. I think that would be really helpful to have that data made public.
Great.
All right, I saw Mr. Math.
I just had a follow-up on this survey. Do you mind real quick? Sorry. Oh, my gosh. I was too busy asking permission. I should have just spoke. It was about the survey. Do you have any suggestions on how we can make sure that we get more diverse responses to this survey? Because I would really like to get some rich data from this, but I don't. Typically, we underreport by some of our groups. So if there are any suggestions on how we can get a more diverse response rate to this. You don't have to answer it right now, but to think about it. Sorry, I interrupted Mr. Math.
Okay. Yeah, I just had an observation and a question on slide 12, the one Sharon talked to. The observation is putting my mathematical hat on. It looks like there's a statistically significant difference between the incidence rate of the on-campus learners versus the ones that participate in extracurricular activities. And, while it's maybe nothing to be alarmed at, it's something to keep our eye on to see whether it's those extracurricular activities that are maybe driving that incident rate, which could then spread the disease back into the classroom. So I offer that. And then The question is whether we could see in the future a similar exhibit for teachers.
Absolutely. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. So let me address really quickly the athletic situation that you're talking about. It's extracurricular, but as we know right now, we've got football, soccer, we have swim, we have multiple extracurricular. And the nature of the beast of the sports is that they are contact, they are closer, if you will. And the issue is the infectious secretions there, right? So you've got respiratory droplets that can happen. But we have really worked hard, in fact, because of the rate that we've discovered. Brandy and I have been in meetings with our athletic director and our trainers, and our coaches, our head coaches, have been given some protocols and some safety guidelines that the athletic director, Coach Wyrick and Brandy and I came up with to help with this, because we don't want this to continue. We don't want this rate to continue going up, of course. But there are some safety protocols that we can do, such as we can do things like making sure that we're rotating pods of students with a coach, meaning that we're not taking groups of kids and intermingling them, and they're not having to do their drills with multiple coaches, but rather one coach. And that is really, I think, one of the things that's important to make sure that we're keeping our numbers as minimal as possible in terms of the spread. So absolutely, it is a small number, if you will, but when we came up with that significant difference that you're talking about, Mr. Math, we also felt like it was important to address. So we went right away and worked with our athletic director on that.
Sure. And I'll state the obvious, but even under the best scenarios, we see college football teams and NFL teams who exercised the greatest amount of precaution with the most up-to-date equipment. They still have issues. So, we just have to keep our eye on it.
Absolutely.
I have a follow-up question to that, if I could. So how much spread are we seeing from those students who do test positive? So the big concern that I'm hearing is, okay, you have someone who's on the football team who is also an on-campus learner, and then they could bring that disease to the campus classroom and spread it. But my question is that happening? Or are the mitigation protocols that we have in place preventing that?
That is such a good question, because that is exactly one of the things that we took a look at. And we found that the athletes who, for the most part, I want to say that we have very few athletes who are on-campus learners who tested positive. So it's kind of like we're trying to figure out the data to actually determine what that looks like, because we really only had one particular group of kids, a team, and out of that team, there were such a small number, 1 or 2 students who are on-campus learners. So you can't really see a spread because there was none. There was absolutely none from the on-campus person. And so it's kind of one of those things that until we get more data, I don't know what the percentage will be, but I will say that it looks really good right now, but it's a small number. So until we know more and we have more, we won't be able to share. I can certainly share that data with you though, and I can certainly get that.
In terms of just the general student population and staff population that's testing positive, what's our spread looking like? Like for every positive case we see in a school, do we then have subsequent positive cases resulting from that one?
And we do. Brandy and I look at all the case reviews, which talks about who their close contacts were. And then there's a follow-up to determine if that close contact has tested positive. So we find out all that information. I don't have that data, but I can certainly get that data.
I can say that just without showing hard data, that appears the trends are not that the transmission is happening in the classroom, more though happening in the athletic community. Just because what Sharon was saying, the nature of the practices and the drills and the games, et cetera, and the way that they pod. It has been to our advantage that when we find a positive and we quarantine all those close contacts, there has been some spread among those teams. But what has been helpful is those kids are quarantined at home for 14 days and they're coming up positive in the next several days. And so as they become positive, they are away from everyone and they're not adding more close contacts to the problem. Does that make sense? So it's the strategies are working that the health department has outlined for us. As there are a number of spread in some of these teams, but it's happening on these small little in a small basis, and it's not spreading to the rest if they maintain the quarantine like they're supposed to.
So this is a little bit deeper question on this, but we know that when people test positive, there's a very range of symptoms. Some people have no symptoms at all. Other people go into the ICU. So what are you seeing in terms of our positive cases? Do we have students, do we have teachers who are really having negative, they're in the hospital, they're in the ICU. What are you seeing?
I would say that the cases that we're seeing thus far, we did have a staff member that was very, very ill. I think we've had 2 staff members that were in the hospital that were in ICU and have since recovered from that, which is scary for all of us to be thinking about any of our community being in that situation. Our students have fared much better. I haven't heard of any students that have been in the hospital. Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I believe that's the case. But a lot of our cases are attributed to, like most of our elementary cases are attributed to a family member at home that are positive first. And so the students are asymptomatic and they are quarantining at home because of a close contact in their family that's positive. And it's like I was talking about with the athletics group. They're at home by the time they convert to the positive, so there's not additional close contacts in the classroom. But the kiddos that are having symptoms, like you said, it's a very vague. It is the bane of the school nurse's existence right now to be dealing with this because it is the most random, vague symptoms, and we're tasked with sending kids home with those and sending kids home for 10 days with those to isolate. I will say that it's been very interesting. A lot of times you see these kids with fever and a cough and everyone thinks, oh, it's a slam dunk, those kids are positive. And those aren't the people. The staff members and the students that are presenting with those symptoms are not necessarily the ones that are testing positive. It's something to note that we had lots of, as a school nurse for the past 25 years myself, we've been sending kids home with those symptoms for many years before COVID came along. So there's lots of other reasons that these illnesses happen. Some people that are presenting with positive, a lot of our people are asymptomatic. Several people just have little vague symptoms that, they thought it was allergies. They thought it was, and it's so difficult. It's very difficult to tease those apart. Texas Medical Association was the only brave group in the state that gave us, the school nurses, something to go by. We've included that chart for parents to be able to see what the school nurses are using to delineate those symptoms, even though it's not a lot. It's all we have. And that is included on our COVID community website that we created so families can kind of see the same thing that we're using.
Nikki had Ms. Gonzalez.
I think Trustee Vessa kind of covered most of my questions, especially about how we are tracing our students. Just I hope that we're following up with them if they have no symptoms, if they have symptoms that are mild, or if they are actually admitted to the hospital. So I've directed a lot of parents to the district COVID dashboard. I did get asked inquiry about how often is that updated? Is it daily?
It's updated every Friday. There are, the way that our software is set up, it's set up to update every Friday. We have been in communication with some other districts who are thinking about doing theirs more often. And so that would mean we would have to update our software, and that's something that we're looking at right now. But right now it updates every Friday afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Moses?
Can I address one thing, though, Ms. Gonzalez? I did want to mention that the case review that we do is extremely extensive. It takes a good 15 to 20 minutes on the phone to get just the case review done, which is what you're talking about. That gives us the answers to the questions so that we can then follow up. So we know immediately, like, the day that the student is supposed to return and 24 hours before they're supposed to return, we make phone calls and we determine, where are they? Are they symptomatic? Do they still have any symptoms? And then if they do, of course, they stay out longer. And then we do follow up to determine, do they have a lab confirmed positive? Did they go to the doctor? What did it turn out to be? So there's a lot of follow-up that is happening, and our campus nurses are doing an amazing job of this. So I have to give credit.
Thanks
you,
for the
Sharon,
shout out
for
for the
that.
school nurses. I have to say that I second that. I would also say that every time that there is a positive case reported to the health department or a close contact that's reported, then Williamson County opens up a case for each of those folks. So I'm in constant communication. I speak to the health department multiple times a day, and we keep in contact about the cases that are on our load. So, if they find out something interesting, they let me know because they know if it's one of our students. We're in constant communication. But Williamson County has been kind enough to allow us to put our Travis County students on the Williamson County website because Travis County isn't monitoring the students in the same level. And it's been very helpful for us to keep all of our kids in one place instead of separating them out. So big shout out to Williamson County for all of their help in keeping our students and staff up to speed.
Mr. Moses?
Thank you, Madam President. And before I do a few questions, I do want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's on here and all the work you're doing. And I know the decisions you're making are really hard. It's like I was talking to the one parent earlier this week, and she said she doesn't envy you because it's like making these decisions has got to be harder than picking out a wedding dress. So I thought that was pretty funny myself. So I don't know that, but it sounded probably pretty accurate. So thank you all again for all the work you're doing to help keep our kids safe and let schools operate as best it can. I want to start. I'm going to try and go back to some of the topics that we've talked about, so we can start there. Let's see here. Go back to those symptoms. I know those are really hard, and they're also really reliant on people self-reporting because it's. I think we're all. So many parents are used to. Okay, my kid wakes up with, not really maybe a very low grade fever, and they're just sniffly. Okay, they're okay. We'll send them to school. I think it's important that we communicate out. Hey, right now, if there's a way to just keep them home, even for just a day, just for observation, and then because most times the kid might wake up tomorrow and be just fine, but then they can do that and go back. So I know there are some people I've heard from that are very wary about admitting to anything, even if it's just allergies, for fear of having to stay home for 10 days.
Absolutely. And, one of the things we were talking about today was, if you sneeze or you cough in public, you get looked at quite a lot, like, oh no, something's up. And we also know that there are so many symptoms, but also as a parent, you have to think, is this normal for my child? Does my child typically have allergies at this time of year? And if your answer is no, then you need to keep them home, even if you think like it's not really something. But if your answer is yes, then of course you have to make a decision, and that has to be weighed. And obviously as parents, we have to think about for our own kids, what is normal for them. But we're taking all of the symptoms, and just know that as a campus nurse or as a COVID campus contact, they can't make the determination that this is normal for your student. So they will send them home if they're symptomatic because we can't take the chance. And so that is one of the things that we have to consider. And, I know that some kids will say things like, oh, I have a headache, and maybe they just have a headache, but we can't take the chance on that. And so we err on the side of caution and send them home.
And I think most people understand that. It's just we need them to be honest with what the symptoms are, and like I said, they know their child best to see if that's something that's really seasonal that they're used to seeing, or if this is something serious or something just more abnormal. Probably is a better way of putting it.
Absolutely.
And then also, I know you talked about the website. I think that'll be good to help parents see the different protocols and things we have in place. But I was wondering, I don't know if Jenny's back on, or if Dr. Flores, you want to speak to this about, is there a need, or would it be advised, especially now that we're about to end the first 9 weeks, doing another town hall or two, just to say, hey, here's where we are, here's where we're going, and just to keep being proactive in the communication to our families so they know what's going on. I mean, obviously, nobody knows. There's a lot of folks turn into our board meetings, but there are also folks who can't do that or want to sit through a 6-hour meeting. But that can be condensed to about 30 minutes to an hour. They might actually sit down and consume that in a way that makes them feel good. So that's something just to think about for the team as we move forward to a new 9 weeks.
I would like to actually second that.
I defer to Jenny on that. Yeah, absolutely.
No, that was a discussion today. I'm sorry. So yes, the answer to that is yes, that we are working on that, and we were having that discussion just today. So we'll get more information out.
Okay. And then I'm going back to some of the athletic things we talked about there. Something that I want to make, I've said this word before, I want to make sure being is consistent, because I want to make sure we're being, and also it's that combination of consistent, but also ensuring that our seniors, our freshmen, or our 8th graders, our 5th graders get those experiences that they traditionally expect, because they only get to have this one shot in their life. This is their one time to really make those memories. And I mean, it's just kind of a weird, because you see things that you're like, okay, hang on here. I'm seeing these 22 kids tackle each other on the football field, but they couldn't run through the tunnel in the end zone to start the game. They couldn't run through the dragon or whatever, pick it out. So I think parents are trying. I think that's why I think some more communication is very helpful, because people are struggling to connect those dots. And so any information we can provide is important.
So one of the things that you're talking about with consistency is something that we've been working on, because each athletic program had a different way of doing things, which is why we've just talked with our athletic director and we've come together. But I will say that the consistency is in how we respond. So if it seems like there was one group that had more kids out than another group had, there is a reason for it. And it is based on facts, and it is based on whether they were close contact. And we keep that close contact very much tight. Like the 6 feet of distance, 15 minutes or more, that is really something that we look at. And so if we can't make that determination, we are on the side of caution. But do know that if you hear something that sounds like, I'm not sure they're being consistent, trust me, we've gone through so many, and we spend so much time really thinking hard before we actually quarantine kids.
I appreciate that. And I know it's hard in a district our size, without fail, there's going to be something that happens at one campus that has a very good reason for it. So much of the situation happens somewhere else, and it's a different response, and there's a reason for that. Just want to make sure that I'm glad, athletics are talking, and when we're done talking to facilities, talking academics, that way where everybody knows at least there's a things happening in a consistent way. And then Mandy and then Dr. Flores, this last question's for y'all. and y'all touched on it in the presentation about end of 9 weeks grading. I know we're going to get that information then, but what's the plan, or when do we know we're going to have a plan about the students that aren't performing or failing a class virtually, and what's that conversation going to look like with that parent? Because I know I want to be very careful not to. I know some districts have mandated they come back, and I want to be very careful of that because I want to respect the parent's right to choose what's best for their child. But if their student is not performing, then I hope there's a very serious conversation about, all right, do we need to get your child on campus in a safe way so they can be learning face to face with their teacher? Because that's the last thing we want as a student to, when we know if they were in person, they'd be performing at a different level than they are virtually.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And TEA actually put out guidance. We are not allowed to force them back if we're offering virtual for the reason of they're struggling academically, and you can probably think of several reasons why that would not work. So only districts who don't offer virtual can say everyone must come back. And we did have this conversation about a week ago with the area soups in the room, and I remember Natalie's in this room tonight, and I remember she spoke up and said, we are encouraging them to bring their student back, but we also recognize that there may be some reasons why that doesn't work for them. So it's in those personal conversations that the campus principals and teachers are having with the students to decide what's best for that particular student situation.
Right. I know I don't envy those decisions that have to be made, but I just hope that everyone thinks about how we can best serve the kids. So that's what we're trying to do. I know some students are learning better virtually, but I also know we all can probably have stories and parables we've heard about students that are struggling, and we can get them on campus safely and quickly to learn. And I think we'll all be in a better position.
Ms. Feller?
I just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out first to Williamson County for the $4 million that they're distributing to our district. That's going to be a big help in recovery. And Dr. Audix, wondering if you could perhaps in the next board update give us an updated budget with the Hold Harmless money and the Williamson County money, and kind of a bottom line of how we're looking now with those additional, $12 million or $8 million. So maybe in the next board update, just kind of where we stand. And then the last question that I have is for Mandy. On slide 9, when we were talking about some of the supports and things that we're offering, you talked about SAT testing. Can you go back and just remind me or tell me how we handled the PSAT testing in October of this? I think that you'd be the one to address this, right? PSAT testing and how we handled that, and did we have participation from our juniors? Were they allowed back on campus?
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have that detail, but you're going to hear from Michelle Swain in just a moment on one of the presentations, and I bet she could incorporate that at that time.
Okay, and if you don't have the information now, it just came up.
We can get it for you.
I didn't even think about it when I was looking at this, and then you started talking about the SAT seats being full, and so just talking about the PSAT, and I know that's a big push for our juniors for national merit and things like that. So wondering what kind of participation, but again, if you don't have it tonight, and the board update would be great too.
Okay. Well,
Thank
if
you.
Michelle has it, we'll get it for you tonight. If not, we'll get it to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Vessa, and then you'll be next, Mr. Chadwell.
Chad, if you want to go first, then I'm okay if everybody just asks all their questions that they have on their plate, and then I'll just go through any ones that I still haven't asked.
Okay, I got a couple, just real quick. I'll see if I can get them. So back on pages, I think it's 2 through 7, where the different schools and feeder patterns, one of you two, Mandy or Danny, were the one presenting this. So anywhere from 7% in the high school for Westwood, I think is the lowest, and that's coming up. There's going to be 7% of the students are going to be on campus, and then up to 66% at maybe one of the elementary.
66, yeah.
So that's a big disparity, and you were saying that it's going to be difficult to get that many kids on campus for that 66 and still do the 45 square feet distancing.
Correct.
And all of the teachers, other than the ones who have the AMA and ADA waivers, all teachers have been on campus since the last, other than those, they've all had to be back, correct?
Well, the ones that have been granted leave have not come back, all of them, but they're starting to come back as principals have the liberty to call back the staff that they need to accommodate the students on their campus.
And so some of these at the beginning of the first cycle, and I think, Corey, you mentioned this, and maybe Amy as well, and some people had their kids go back to school for a day or two or a week and said no, they wanted to be virtual. So you're going to see this the second time around, but that's where you're talking about changing the pod and trying to get the secondary schools to be more accommodating, like a standard classes. So anyway, the reason I'm bringing all that up is there's quite a just a big difference in the number of students that look like they're coming back. So that's going to be a big test that's going to be coming up here to see what's going to go on with that and how that'll be implemented. And of course, the social distancing, and then it kind of goes back to everything that everybody else has already said here: self-reporting, being honest, straightforward, having the symptoms. And looking at all that. So it'll be very interesting to see this next 9 weeks, how that'll come out. So I wanted to make sure I understood that all the teachers have been on campus, other than the ones who've been given waivers or permission to stay at home. And then I heard some of the teachers as speakers, and I applaud all the people who speak up and give us their input and their concerns, and everybody who does. So the number of emails that we've seen as board members, I think, has dropped significantly over the last few weeks. Hopefully that's because they've been getting the information, maybe not always what they wanted, but they are getting information either from the dashboard or from the principals and updates like that. So, this is just the toughest part, I think, is when people see other districts and what they're doing, and it sounds like everything's working fine in those districts, when I don't really know all the whole stories, what's going on, other than what I see on the news or read about online about Hutto, Austin ISD, Pflugerville, Leander, and all other parts of the state and even parts of the country, what they're doing. So I just wanted to make those points. So, all right, Corey, go ahead.
Ms. Vessa?
Amy, do you have any questions? Because I'd rather you just go, and then I'll just go through my list.
I think most of my questions that I had written down had been asked, or like Mason's suggestion about a video, because I am kind of curious before the second semester, before January, what it looks like. And I think a lot of parents will be if we've got to make that decision the first week of December if we're staying virtual right now. And then my only questions, and I'd already asked these of Dr. Flores actually in writing at the beginning of the month, but just when we can get the update on those students that we've lost, just to get where did they go. And I'd also just asked about the...
Can I jump in real quick? So that was something I meant to ask as well. So at the high school level, they have leaver codes, right? So where did a student leave? Why did they leave, and where did they go, and for what reason? So they moved from Round Rock ISD over to Leander, or Austin, or Dallas. Are they the same? Do they have the same codes for elementary? Do you have to track them?
Those codes are there. I'm not positive. Yes, Mr. Gaypart, attendance accounting falls under his, but the codes are definitely there. I'm not positive if the parents have to provide a code. That's the question that I have about it. But I do know that we can pull some data if parents have provided that.
So that goes back to what Amy was saying. Is there's I think we heard last month there were 3,000 roughly students who were unaccounted for, and that's the ones that are. But there are some that have withdrawn, and those were the leaver codes, I guess, would be. That says we're withdrawing from Round Rock and moving to Leander or Austin.
Right. I don't think they're unaccounted for. We know the majority of kids that have left the district have gone to other districts inside and outside the state.
Okay. And even parochial schools or charter schools?
That's listed in the report as well, and the homeschool is as well.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could just see that. I mean, and that's what I figured. Or even like our elementary numbers are down because pre-K and kinder didn't come because it's all virtual. It was all virtual to start with. If we could get some of those updates.
Yeah, and that's a statewide problem. Yesterday I was on a phone call with 41 superintendents and Texas School Alliance, and we're fortunate we can track most of our students. There's a lot of students throughout the state that are unaccounted for, but this is not a phenomenon unique to just Round Rock. That's across the state, and so. The Texas School Alliance superintendents yesterday that was concern one or two from yesterday's call.
Yeah, actually, that came up during the Leadership TASB my weekend, like every district. And so that would just be a good number to have for our community. Mr. Moses, did you have another question real quick?
Sorry, I had accidentally pressed the raise hand button. I'm good.
Oh. All right, then, Ms. Vesa.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to say I had sent some questions beforehand, and many of them were incorporated into the presentation. I really appreciated that. That was very helpful to have them already in there. So kudos, thank you so much. So some other issues though. One thing that Dr. Presley had talked about was, how we may not be able to accommodate the 45 square feet, especially in our campuses that have more students returning to campus. One thing that I was made aware of today was that we actually have some campuses in our district that are actually doing a hybrid model. So they're actually doing A and B learners. And so I was wondering, given that that's already a precedent, I actually found out about it from a friend that is happening at a school close to me. Is that a possibility if that's, something that's a priority of that school community to maintain that 45 square feet?
The question you ask, I'm not sure what you're describing as a hybrid model.
Well, they're not all coming, the current model that we have is that everybody comes for the full school day. But in a hybrid model, people who are on-campus learners would come in shifts. So they wouldn't be there for the whole day, or they may be there for the whole day, but not every day. Like they would have an A group and a B group. And is that something that is a possibility for campuses that have a higher percentage of students and also that want to maintain the 45 square feet of social distancing?
I think we'd need to check into that a little bit. As I understand the TEA guidance, that hybrid model is allowed at high school. But I think you are referencing in elementary, so we need to see what they're calling a hybrid. Are the kids coming every day?
I think they're coming every day, except they're coming, like one's coming in the morning and one's coming in the evening or afternoon. I know this is happening because I was notified by a parent today that at Canyon Creek Elementary, the 5th grade students are coming in a hybrid model where if you're an on-campus learner, you're not going to be there the full day, you're going to be there half the day. So I was wondering how widespread that was, whether that was a possibility for other campuses that valued, that. I know we're giving a lot of autonomy to our campuses to figure out what is best for their learning community. And so that also kind of leads into another question, but just about what kind of, just so people can understand, what kind of models are we seeing around the district? Because I can tell you my daughter goes to Grisham Middle School, and on the 19th, they're going to be switching classes. So whereas my son goes to Westwood, and they're not. And so I think it's really helpful for parents to understand, get a sense of like how many middle schools on the 19th are going to be switching classes, and how many are waiting till the 9th, and how many high schools are following that pattern. And then, so I'll just leave that there. Actually, I have another question to build onto that after we resolve those two.
Actually, can I ask Tori? It's like 9:40, and I know we've got the PD thing. Is there a way to incorporate those a little bit quicker so we can go ahead and get to the next presentation?
I know that we need to move on, but I'm sorry, I really need to go through these questions. I asked for a separate day, that this meeting be on a separate day so that we wouldn't have any time constraints. I asked for it to be previous. I think I asked for 4 meeting dates. And I was told that no, it had to be tonight. And as I saw the agenda fill up, I was more and more concerned about there being limited time. But these are pretty relevant questions. I think that people in our district are really, I have more. They're from them. Most of these questions are people reaching out to me, asking me, because I'm engaging in two-way communication with them. And I really felt like the time needs to be devoted to it. Now you're the president. And so ultimately, if you want to terminate conversation on a topic, that's up to you. But
how about we give it another 15 minutes or so? So give us your best 15.
Well, can I add also that I think that...
Whoa, 15.
Wait, hold on, Mason. Mr.
No,
Burgess.
let me just add that I understand, and I love these questions. You're exactly right. This is important. But when I hear that community members are calling, that's fine. But the direction back to the campus and other is the first line of where a lot of this could, so that you don't have to feel that you have to ask every question. So again, I think use of time for all of us and even staff is important. But one of the precepts is that once a call or concern is made, please direct them. And if you don't know who to direct them, call Patty or call me and say, who do I direct this person to? They have these type of questions. That's just my 2 cents.
And that is a relevant, on some of these questions, absolutely. But some of these issues are broader issues. And I'm just having discussions with people on social media mainly, sometimes on the phone, sometimes with my neighbors, about broader concepts, about bigger ideas, about how we can approach this, the district-wide concerns that people have. And so it's really, and a person could call and get an answer, but then they only get the answer. And these are concerns that I hear from many people. And so I think that's why it's so important to have a forum or to have this opportunity to because we haven't had forums. So there hasn't been that opportunity for people to ask their questions. And we talked about having, a Q&A, like to shorten this time that we could have a Q&A posted so that everyone could see answers. But that didn't happen. So I would ask for this time, even though it's getting late, there is nothing more important going on right now than this. This is the largest crisis to ever hit public education. And parents and teachers and community members are concerned, and they have real and relevant questions. I do too. And so that's why I'm asking for this time. And that's why I asked for a separate meeting, because I felt that there was so much to discuss that it couldn't be crammed in with so many other things. It needed its own meeting. But that wasn't possible. So I ask for the opportunity to spend this time. And I know it's precious time, but I think it's time well used.
The answer about the elementary hybrid, Mandy said we definitely need to look at that. It sounds like a novel approach. If it meets some requirements, we'll definitely look at that. So I think you were talking about Canyon Creek Elementary, so we'll definitely look at that. I visit tomorrow with the area superintendents at 2. I'll ask Becky specifically. Dr. Presley will probably have that discussion. As far as the middle schools and high schools and the return of, it's dependent upon how comfortable they feel on October the 19th for how their movement will be around the 11 middle schools and the 5 high schools and the 2, obviously, Success and others. So that, you're exactly right. So what we're hoping to get to is that measured, cautious approach to where on November the 9th, we can ring bells at a certain time and movement goes about throughout the campus. So we're getting closer to that. And again, you're exactly right. This is the number one health crisis that I've lived through and public education has ever lived through, as 5.5 million students in the state of Texas are dependent on public ed. So I'm not saying, and please don't take that I'm trying to minimize this. All I'm saying is at this point in time, the questions that you have, please go.
Okay, should I continue then? Okay, so the second part to that question, thank you for the answer. The first part was, could you give us a summary of where, like what does it look like in our middle schools and high schools? How many are going back to a normal rotation as of Monday, and how many are waiting until the 9th?
I don't have that information right now, but I would encourage you to tell any parent who's asking to ask their principal, ask their campus, because you're talking about data on 55 campuses, and if I were a parent, I would ask my principal, are they going to be able to move on Monday, or are they going to be in pods again? And so as I began the presentation by saying every campus could look very different, I can try to work tomorrow and Monday to get you a report on who's moving and who's not. But the best way for that to happen, because we know from experience, people listen to their principals. People rely on their campus principal for information. And so when you get neighbors and friends and other folks that are asking you specific campus questions, please refer them to their campus to ask the principal, because one campus may look different than the next campus.
Well, that was an aggregate question, so I don't know that would be very easily obtained information.
I know that our principals are doing the best that they can do maintaining safety, and with, as I said at the very beginning of the presentation, with the staff that they have and the number of students they have. So they're working really hard, real proud of our area superintendents, our principals, our teachers, in making all this scheduling work.
Can I actually just make a quick suggestion? Because I know that there is going to be information that you want, and I was just passing notes in class here. But my idea was actually if we could do maybe a Facebook Live or something with you and maybe Dr. Presley and Ms. Estes or Dr. Flores, and Jenny could do it. And then that way, actually, we could do kind of our LSG model also, where we have two-way communication, and we could have some real dialogue on these questions that you're getting from the community.
I have a few more that I really feel like have to be addressed tonight.
Okay.
The next one that I felt was really, and it's on that communication piece, was that there have been the communication models from each campus have looked very, very different. So some campuses, they had a lot of information distributed via a two-way communication forum or just different models, but during the choice period, so that parents and students could really make an informed choice about what's happening. And other campuses, they really didn't put out hardly any information at all. And there was just the choice form. That was it. There wasn't, and then now that information is coming out based on, and people are kind of mad because they didn't have a clear picture of what on campus was going to look like when they had to make the choice, because there was very, very little information given. And so now that they're being shown what it is, they're like, well, that if I had known that, I may have made a different choice. And so I think that has that's something I needed to bring to your attention, that there's a lot of people who feel like there wasn't a lot of information given to make the choice.
Well, the information that went out to parents was centralized through our communication department. Some principals did even beyond that. But if you offline will tell me the ones you feel like did a poor job of communicating, then I'll talk to the area soups and those principals and see if we can do better in December when we make those choices again.
Okay, thank you. So my next one that I really feel like is a vital topic, and it's been brought up a little bit before by Chad. We have a certain number of staff that are receiving accommodations because they have risk. And I just really want to make sure that, I know you've brought up that principals have to make decisions to bring people back based on need of their campus. But what can we do as a district to make sure that our staff that's at high risk is being protected? Because really they're the ones that are in most danger of having a really bad outcome from this virus. I mean, that's what the data shows us. The data shows us clearly that if you're in a high-risk category, you're much more likely to have adverse, impact from this virus. So I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that those staff with those accommodations are able to continue working remotely.
I think our principals, along with our HR department and our benefits department, have done a really good job of being as accommodating as possible. The overriding factor in all this is the needs of our students come first, and that doesn't mitigate anybody's situation. But I can tell you they work long days and weekends and everything trying to have the interactives and all the things they need to do to accommodate staff as much as they possibly can. So in the end, everyone's not going to be accommodated. I see that Ms. Vieira has come to the table, so she might want to add something to that. But they've done a great job, far more than what I know some other districts have done, to accommodate our staff in Round Rock ISD.
Yeah, and before she answers that, I just want to make sure what you're speaking to is a measured, cautious approach that as we go measured and we're cautious about it, to some people, and you heard some speakers tonight, that's not fast enough. But and what we're talking about right now is defending the opportunity to be able to be as safe as possible. Now, with that measured and cautious approach, we're going to move as fast as we need to, and we'll slow it down as much as we need to as well. But right now, we have been accommodating as much as we can, but Dr. Presley hit it as well. When students come to our buildings, we have staff that has to meet those needs. So you want to answer that question?
Sure. So there's two different types, as you know. So there's ADA, which is for your personal illness, and then there's AWA when you're around someone who is at high risk for COVID, according to CDC. So those with ADA, of course, there's an interaction that has to happen, just like any other ADA that would take place. And that interaction includes the principal and the employee. And so they have a conversation about how the accommodation that is right now may need to change, or there's a problem with we've got kids on campus. So there will be a conversation of, can we continue this as is, or do we need to change the accommodation based on student need? So the same kind of thing is happening with AWA as well. Principals are encouraged to, of course, have those conversations with employees to see if there's a way to change the flexibility that they have right now of either working remotely from home or being isolated in their classroom, or a flexible schedule. And so some of those principals have already done that, and some people are having to come back, like as is. But another thing that's happening, depending on the number of kids in each classroom, it could look very different for every teacher. So there may be instances where you have a teacher that for 3 class periods, they have a smaller amount of students, or maybe even no students. And so they're not having to move about as much and be around as many students as they would have if they had the full class. So another thing about this is to get our employees to get acclimated, those that are coming back, to get acclimated into the campus and to understand all of the safety precautions that are there. And I think once that happens, that makes people feel a little more comfortable as well. And I think that we all keep thinking about school as how it looked when we left. We don't have a lot of kids walking the halls. As you see, the numbers are still rather low. So it's not going to be as crowded as we're used to it being crowded.
Okay, I just have a few more items that I really feel like are very important to bring up. Another theme, a district-wide theme, was just making sure that our virtual learners have equity in their learning environment, and making sure that our virtual teachers continue to be supported in a way that they can provide, a very high quality learning environment. And so just a question on that, but also on what mechanisms do we have in place right now for teachers to provide feedback? Like, I know that during the summer we did a thought exchange, and I know that has ceased. But so what, as we step into these ever-changing environments where, we went into one environment and we had to kind of switch around to make that work. And then a few weeks later, the world changes and we have to switch around to make that work. And I feel like that, that there's so much of good feedback and good just employee feedback and a continuous improvement model is so helpful there. So the first question is about, equity in between the virtual learning and the on campus, and then, how can we help our staff make sure that they're involved in this process to making sure that we have the best outcomes for our students.
I can jump in there a little bit on the feedback. The 2 ways that come to mind. First, I believe Kathy talked about the surveys that are going to be going out monthly. Those will go to staff as well. And so that's going to give us that regular cadence of feedback that I think I agree with you, is very, very important. But as a former campus principal, one of the best ways of feedback is the conversations that happen within your building and what you're putting your eyes on and the conversations you're having with parents. And so that feedback, what happens in the district is when our principals hear a theme or there's a concern on their campus, they are in constant conversations with other principals within their learning community and at their level and with their area SUPs. And so those concerns very, very quickly funnel up, and we know, that we need to make some changes or what have you. So it's grassroots, but then I did want to assure you also, Kathy described that check-in survey that will also be going to staff.
And can you just talk briefly about just making sure that the virtual teachers are supported so that they can, continue delivering a high quality?
Sorry about that. I shared some of those supports in the presentation, and I can tell you another thing that we are rolling out next week is we have this new dynamic of some teachers virtual, some in person, and some will be doing a mix. And the more kids come back into our building, it's going to tip the balance on some of those. And we've shared with the board before that you may anticipate that we will have to make some class changes that we might not typically do, especially at elementary, as those learners shift from one setting to another. But next week, we are starting to feature some of our staff members who have engaged in simultaneously teaching both sets of learners. We have some scouts out right now to point us in the right direction of where those teachers are who are doing some really innovative things and can share quick little bursts of tips through video that could be watched at a teacher's convenience. We have some really bright spots right now happening in some of our singleton classes at elementary level, meaning there's only one dual language teacher in second grade, and so they have all the learners that they're serving. And some very innovative and unique approaches those teachers are doing. So we're looking for those to highlight and to share, because the truth of the matter is this is a new setting for everybody in the nation and the world. And so what we want to do is capture the sparks within our district that are happening and then scale those out so that the teachers can see what their colleagues are doing.
So the supports that we talked about before were like in-person teachers aiding the virtual teachers with some of their small groups and things like that. That continues?
Yes. And what I was describing, I apologize, was professional development and helping them. But yes, that does continue. And again, that goes back to the campus principal looking at the groups of kids and deciding how to best distribute them. We did build on some of our campuses. Our virtual classes were larger at the beginning of the year because we knew, or we anticipated, that kids would start to come back into the building as the year progressed. And so that building some of those classes a little bit bigger at the beginning of the year might help prevent some teacher changes, which is always not a parent favorite at elementary, I'll say that. So it's all a different environment to be navigated, but and Dr. Presley said this earlier, our principals are doing a great job, and the context and the situations on each campus are a little bit different depending on number of students and what they're choosing, their staff, et cetera.
Well, thank you. It's closing in on 10, and I do have a few more, but I think on those issues I could probably just follow up with you and then post those. So I appreciate the extra few minutes to delve into these very important topics. I know that the more we can communicate with our community and just get information out there, the more people feel secure in what's coming. And so I really appreciate it.
And thanks, Corey. And I do think that there is an opportunity to do a two-way communication that
absolutely. I will take advantage of any two-way communication avenue you will provide me.
All right. It is now 10, and I know people are waiting for the police department, but we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will come back at 10:10, if that's all right with everyone, and we will start then. All right. It is 10:10, and we are called back to order. Dr. Flores, we will turn it over to you for the Round Rock ISD Police Department update.
Thank you so much, Madam President and members of the board, and also the community. We're proud tonight to have Mr. Yarbrough give a Round Rock ISD Police Department update. And I just want to remind everybody, back to January of 2017, having lunch with Chief Banks, Round Rock PD, and he said, you know, at some point, we're going to have to phase in or do some things. Well, then in April of that year, April 2017, he gives us a letter, and so we've worked well, and it's been a long fruition, so I thank this board. The board adopted in February of this year the authorization for us to create a police department because we know that the Williamson County Sheriff's Department and Round Rock PD will expire in June 2021, which is right around the corner. So with that, as they continue to be our partners, we have begun the process, and Chief Yarbrough will provide an overview of a police department in Round Rock ISD, as well as be assisted by Dr. Grosso, because we believe this model has the capacity and the ability for the future to be one for the entire nation to take notice and to say that's how it should be done in school policing. So without further ado, Chief Jeff Yarbrough.
Good evening, President Ware, Dr. Flores, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you this evening to speak to you about where we are at this point in the Round Rock ISD Police Department transition plan and the development of our department, as well as the behavioral health department within the Round Rock ISD. We're very fortunate to have the quality of people and the support that you've provided us over these past couple years with the Safety and Security Task Force. I was very fortunate to have been selected early on as a member of the Safety and Security Task Force, and I served proudly with that. And I thank you so much for giving me that opportunity to learn and to grow and to develop with this district as we move through that process. And we're currently where we are with a Round Rock ISD Police Department, and I want to go through the process of how we've come to where we are and where we're planning to go as a district, as a department, and developing that model that will be not only a model of school policing for the state of Texas, but for the nation, because we're doing some unique things here in Round Rock ISD. And I think that it's very important for people to take note of it, because when you see some of the things that are occurring in society and you see what we're doing based upon some of the information that was shared by community members, some of the information that came out of the Safety and Security Task Force, some of the information that's come out of the SHAC. So we've had so many people and so many organizations and departments and committees that have provided valuable feedback and input that's got us here today. It's not by accident that we are where we are. And when we succeed at what we're doing collectively, it won't be by accident that people are looking at Round Rock ISD saying, how did you do that? And can you help us develop our departments or our organization in the manner that you've done that? So I'd like to go to the next slide. Okay. So there are many who do know, but there may be some that don't know that I am the Chief of Police of Round Rock ISD. I'm the inaugural chief, and I'm very proud to serve in this capacity. It's an amazing district. We've got some amazing students and staff, and the opportunities are limitless. I think the sky's the limit to what we do and what we're capable of doing. And Dr. Grosso, who's the Director of Behavioral Health Services, and we work very closely in continuing to move the vision and the mission and the direction of this department when it comes to serving the whole child. So I wanted to acknowledge her as well, and she will be a co-presenter in this presentation tonight. Okay, next slide, please. For me, this is a very important philosophy. And I'm a firm believer that it doesn't have to be original, it just has to be true. And former U.S. Representative Tom Allen said, I think we have a moral obligation to our children that can be easily summarized. Number one, protect them from harm. Well, protect them from harm. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means not only external or internal threats, but it also means protect them from self-harm. We are in the business of serving the whole child and making sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure they have the resources that they need to be successful, to overcome any obstacle that society or the world may put in their way, in their path. We are those gatekeepers. We are those protectors. We are going to do everything we can to protect them from everything that prevents them from moving forward and being productive. Next slide, please. So I want to speak a little bit about the Round Rock ISD Police Department timeline. And Dr. Flores, he mentioned early on about the decision by the Round Rock ISD or the Round Rock Police Department to end their participation in the SRO program. So back in March 2017, they made the decision to because of the growth and the needs of their department, that they would no longer be participating in the SRO program. So they gave Round Rock ISD a timeline and a drop dead date of June 2021. So the goal was to give us enough time to determine what the best long-term solution would be to provide safety and security for our students. And so during that process, the board worked tirelessly to make sure that they could properly vet every option that was available to determine in finality what would be the best course of action. So the board back in June 2018 decided that they wanted to sign a resolution to consider the establishment of a police department. But they also later on decided that they wanted to set up a safety and security task force to explore other options. And out of that came several options, including a guardian school marshal program. Another option was continue the partnership with Williamson County. Another option was forming their own police department. And although it was not necessarily on the table, another option was no law enforcement at all. So, and just moving on and utilizing the outside jurisdictional agencies. So the school board, as you know, you were part of that decision to properly vet. And one of the avenues that the board worked tirelessly on for several months was the Wilco option, and to determine if it was viable and if it was a long-term, they could provide a long-term solution to meet the needs of the district. Ultimately, Williamson County decided that was not the direction that they wanted to go as a county. So the option that we selected was to start our police department. And in February, the district decided to sign a resolution authorizing the establishment of the Round Rock ISD Police Department. And as Executive Director of Safety and Security at the time, I was tasked with the responsibility of starting the T-code application process. I was tasked with making sure that all of those steps were properly done and accomplished as the district worked unilaterally or simultaneously to set up a process for the hiring of the next police chief. T-code did their walkthrough back in June of this year, and we were very fortunate that we not only met their expectations, we far exceeded them. In fact, the investigator who actually did the walkthrough and the assessment of what we did complimented us on what we did here in Round Rock and said based on how we completed the process, we should put on training classes around the state on how to complete this process successfully. So we were very fortunate to have gone through the steps and met those goals with flying colors. So the district appointed me. I was appointed by the superintendent as the inaugural chief of police in August of this year. And in September, I started the hiring process. Now, the concern that we had there was that school was starting September 15th. So we knew that we had gaps in coverage, and some of our law enforcement partners were no longer going to be providing SRO coverage for us. So we had to make sure that we had officers who were hired, trained, and put in place to cover those campuses where we no longer had coverage. There are campuses out in the Williamson County area, out in the Austin area, and we also had campuses inside the city of Round Rock that no longer had SRO coverage. So our goal was to make sure that we got officers who were capable of handling those duties and responsibilities and aligning with the vision, mission, and objectives of our department. So we were very fortunate to be able to accomplish that objective and get officers assigned to those campuses. So when we had students on campus the first day, we had officers there as well to provide that SRO coverage. So I want people to understand that we are currently in a transition and phase-in process. We are not at a turnkey point at this time because we still have our law enforcement partners with Williamson County and Round Rock. And so we're working with them, and we're continuing to build out our department, the infrastructure to make sure that we've got systems in place, meaning the record management system is online. We've got full and complete communication with any law enforcement partners that are coming in and out of our jurisdiction. And if there's an issue, we can communicate directly with those agencies. In fact, tomorrow we're taking all of our radios in to get them programmed so that we can expand the channel mapping and where we can be able to communicate with more law enforcement partners in the event of a critical incident. We know that we had some situations on the first day of school where we needed to communicate, and because we hadn't not fully transitioned and we didn't have the systems in place, we had to go through a patching process with our dispatch to accomplish the communication task. But we're working diligently to make sure that we're closing all of those gaps so that when we reach the June 2021 deadline, we are fully on board, fully established, and ready to take the keys and move forward as a district. But we're 8 months away. So we're in the transition phase. We've got officers who we will be transitioning out over the next few months as we onboard. Our new officers, we will be transitioning out some of our law enforcement partners so that when we reach the June 2021 deadline, they have egressed and we have onboarded completely. Next slide, please. Every time we meet as a department, one of the first things we go over is the vision statement, because we want to make sure that every officer understands the vision of the Round Rock ISD Police Department. And I'm going to read this vision. It is, the Round Rock ISD Police Department will be a leader in school policing by engaging in equitable and unbiased student advocacy in order to create the safest environment where students have the greatest opportunity to reach their full potential. We don't just read that. We believe it. We live it. We implement it every single day. And we will continue to do that. We will continue to remind our officers that this is the vision of this district. And it is important for us to embrace that because we have a responsibility that is greater than any other responsibility, and that is to protect the lives of our most valuable asset, which are our students. And our mission statement is the next one. Can you go to that next slide, please? I'm not going to read that. That's a little long, but again, we go over our mission statement every single meeting. And these are our marching orders. And in that mission statement, you will find the 4 pillars of school policing, of the Round Rock ISD school policing model that we've developed here in Round Rock ISD. And I think that is very important, and I want to talk on those on the next slide. Whenever I speak about what we're doing here in Round Rock ISD with our police department, I speak and I'm very proud, and some people think that I'm passionate, and when I start getting going and I start feeling it, and you'll start hearing me getting loud, so I have to step back because I believe in what we're doing. I believe in who's doing the work. I believe in where we're going as a district, and I always tell people that there are blueprints for what we do when it comes to NASRO. There are blueprints when it comes to SBLE, school-based law enforcement. There's no blueprint for what we're doing here in Round Rock ISD, but we're developing that blueprint, and we will be that blueprint for districts around this country when they look back and say, how is that done? How were y'all so successful? How did y'all mitigate and totally not divert, but dismantle the school to prison pipeline? Well, we're going to show you, and this is how we do it. This is our model. We look at 4 pillars of school policing, and safety and security, first and foremost, is paramount. And even now, we're engaged in this because our officers have been trained to facilitate and participate in the standard response protocols, the lockdowns, lockouts, evacuation shelters on their campuses, and they debrief with their staff, their administrators, to make sure that they're closing any security gaps that exist. We currently have a project going on where we're putting ballistic resistant film on many of our schools. So safety and security is paramount, because if we're not creating a safe and secure environment, none of these other things will be able to be accomplished. Students will not be able to learn. So our goal is to make sure that we're creating a safe environment where students feel like they don't have to think about what's going on outside because we've got it. They don't have to think about threats coming on the inside because we've got it. And we recognize if there are issues that they're faced with, issues of self-harm or other issues, that we recognize it because we have developed the relationships. We have developed the understanding of how to identify resources, how to identify students who are in crisis so we can address those concerns. So safety and security is one of the pillars. Equity. This one is very, very important to not only us as a district, but it's important to me because I know what it's like to not have a fair chance at success. I know what it's like to not be viewed or given the opportunity to accomplish everything you possibly can, and you have to climb the rough side of the mountain. I know what it's like. Some of us make it and some of us don't, but it's important for us as a police department to recognize the fact that we have a responsibility to not only be that student advocate, but we have to make sure that we're removing every barrier that historically law enforcement has been responsible for, but even at every opportunity, make sure we're removing every barrier that we can so that every student has a fair opportunity to succeed. That is, it is germane, and that comes. In order to get there, there are many different things that you have to do. And some of the things that we're doing, I'll talk about in a little bit when it comes to training. And not just one linear type of training. We're looking at multiple ways of immersing ourselves in a greater level of understanding of cultures and experiences, and equity training, diversity and inclusion. I think that is a model that we don't get in law enforcement. We get, unfortunately, some of the training seems to be check the box and you get your one and done, you get your hours. But in Round Rock ISD, our students deserve more. Our officers are willing to give more, and we're going to give them the opportunity to do that because our kids deserve it, and the district deserves it as well. When it comes to behavioral health, again, this is very important as well, and Dr. Grosso will talk more about this, but we're wanting to make sure we're serving the whole child. We're using every resource that we possibly can, and our officers are doing the same. They're understanding the role that counselors play. And it's not just to make sure that your schedule is aligned. They are a valuable resource, a valuable asset. And our officers are recognizing what those resources are and what their capabilities are. Social workers coming online. We're excited about the opportunity to train alongside our social workers because we want to align and have this seamless integration of what you hear about in the media where people are saying, oh, we need social workers going out instead of officers. Well, guess what? We're doing, and this is Dr. Grosso's phrase, we're doing what others are talking about. And that's happening here in Round Rock ISD. Also, like I mentioned, the social workers, that is a very important component, and having them work with our officers working with them, we get to see things from multiple lenses and working to find the best solution to serve the needs and meet the needs of our students. Student advocacy. This one's very important because this is something that you do not find in law enforcement by and large, especially in school districts. When it comes to student advocacy, what does that mean when it comes to police officers? Well, there are certain offenses where administrators have no choice. They have to contact law enforcement. That's Texas Education Code 37.015. You have to call law enforcement. And you'll hear people say, yeah, that's just major offenses if they got a gun, if there's an aggravated assault. Well, that's true, but it's not completely true because the truth is it also says drug paraphernalia, which is a Class C misdemeanor. It also says marijuana, which depending on the amount, it's a Class B misdemeanor. So when you have situations where you have a student who is faced with a criminal offense, I want to show a compare and contrast. If you don't have, and you've got to call police anyway, the law says you have to. Why do you have to call police for drug paraphernalia? Well, you have to call them for that because it's evidence. A teacher just can't take drug paraphernalia and toss it in the trash, because if that comes back, you just destroyed evidence. You can't take marijuana and say, well, I'm going to hold on to it. No, I'm going to hold on to this. You can't just say I'm going to hold on to this. You have to turn that over to school police. So, or you got to turn it over to police. You got to turn it over to law enforcement, because they have the responsibility to catalog that, to store it, and properly dispose of it. So, if you don't have police, what happens? This is the scenario, and any of you who are educators, you know this. You call the police. I've got this kid who's got marijuana in their bag. So you call the police. Police get there, and you're calling someone, an officer who has jurisdiction. That officer could be coming, working. It could have been at work at 4 hours and hadn't had a single call. Or that officer could be coming from, just dropped a call on an aggravated assault. That officer could just be coming from a call of a domestic violence. You don't know, because outside of a school environment, everything's fluid, and you're getting the next officer that's available. So if you've got an officer who's in possession of drugs, you've got to call them. The law says you got to call them. So they're coming in, they're taking possession, and officers on the streets do not like to deal with juveniles. I'm speaking from experience when I was a street cop. You ask officers on the street what training we get. We get training in the penal code. We get training in and I'm talking about law related. We get training in the health and safety code, because if you find dope, you want to know what schedule it is, and you want to know what offense it falls in. You get training in transportation code, because you're writing citations. You get training in the Code of Criminal Procedure. So, but when it comes to juvenile law, you don't get much training there. But the things that officers on the streets do know is they know how to process them, because it's very simple steps. You got a kid with marijuana, you go to the school, you take possession of the marijuana, you take possession of the kid, you take them down to juvenile processing center, you process them, you do the JAGES, you release them, and you're back out on patrol. You go back into rotation. There is zero advocacy there. Where does our model make it different? Our model is different in this way. If we catch a student with a vape, we catch a student with marijuana, we have trained our officers and will continue to train and have developed our department in such a manner to where if we catch a kid with marijuana, we catch a kid with dangerous drugs, we're looking at that from a different lens. We're looking at that from the lens of a student who may have substance abuse, and a lot of students who have a substance abuse problem, and many students or people who have substance abuse problems, they're self-medicating because they have other issues. And our goal is to make sure that we're not criminalizing this negative behavior, because going back to the equity piece, many times you'll arrest a juvenile for possession of marijuana. You may arrest them for possession of a vape. They get arrested. If they're 17, there's a charge on their record. If the case is dismissed, guess what? Most people think that's fine. It's not, because here's what happens, especially when you're black and brown. You've got arrest for marijuana, or you got arrest for a vape, state jail felony. You may have an arrest, no conviction. You go and apply for a job, guess what? Well, sir, you look like a really fine candidate, but it looks like you've been arrested for a state jail felony drug offense. Although you weren't convicted, you were arrested for it. Sorry. For the rest of your life, you're dealing with that. We have an opportunity here in Round Rock ISD as a police department to make sure we're advocating for those students. And what I did well before school started, we started hiring officers, I met with the juvenile probation office in Williamson County. I met with Travis County. I met with the juvenile prosecutors in Williamson County. I met with the juvenile prosecutors in Travis County. And I wanted to make sure that we had systems in place that would allow us to utilize all the resources that we have in Round Rock ISD, as opposed to putting them in the criminal justice system. So, and we've also worked to make sure that if there is a situation where a student needs to face the criminal justice system, that our officers are advocating for those students on their behalf, because we don't want to set them up for failure. Our goal is to set them up for success. Has it always been that way in law enforcement? No. It's still that way in so many places, but it's not going to be that way here. And I'll tell you, I've had so many God moments, and I'll tell you one of the things that enlightened me here. I had a conversation with a high-level state executive, and we talked about his experiences. And he's an African American male, and he moved up really high in the ranks. And he talked about how he was in foster care growing up. He was in and out of the juvenile justice system. And he said, I am so thankful that I didn't catch a case when I was young, because had I caught a case when I was young, there's no way I would have made it to where I am today. And I chewed on that for a long time, and I still do, because how many kids have lost that opportunity because law enforcement says, you've upset me, so you may beat the rap, but you won't beat the ride. There's a saying. Law enforcement says you can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride, meaning I'm going to take you to jail. You may beat the charge, but you're going to spend the time in jail. No, we can't do that, and we won't do that. Our kids deserve more, because there are so many missed opportunities because we become the barrier. Not anymore. Not anymore. So I'm very passionate about all of these, but I wanted to spend a little bit of time on that student advocacy piece to show you why we're so different in what we do. We had a meeting today with, it was a lunch and learn where we talked to principals, we talked to APs and our officers, and our officers attended as well. It was a lunch and learn hosted by myself and Miss Lindsay McFeeters, and we talked about the role and responsibility of law enforcement, and when to call law enforcement and when not to call law enforcement. And I was talking to them about some of the things where situations when if an administrator is searching a student, we've determined we don't want our officers in there, because we don't want to make the student feel like they're a criminal when, if they're searching and they find nothing, guess what? Now this officer's saying, oh, I got my eyes on you. He's lucky, or she's lucky this time that they didn't call. No. And also we're making sure that, and our principals and APs will tell you, I said, there's a gray area, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, but don't expect when you call our officers that they're going to take these kids and arrest them because you called them. No. Because our officers are going to advocate for these kids. And that is our expectation, because I know that our principals and APs will do the same. So I was very pleased and thankful of the outcome and the communication and dialogue we had during that meeting today. Talking about some of the things that we've done, I've been very fortunate to have met with several PTA groups. I've met with the concerned parents of Pearson Ranch Middle School and shared with them our vision, our mission, our goals, and our objectives, and our 4 pillars of school policing for Round Rock. Dr. Grosso and I did a TASA TASB presentation with Keller ISD, which we believe was an amazing success. I spoke at Rotary last week and explained to them the model that we're engaged in and we're creating here in Round Rock ISD. And I speak on these things not because I like speaking. I speak on these things because I believe in what we're doing, and I know that this is going to be what best serves our kids from a law enforcement and a behavioral health perspective. I did a webinar for TASA or TASB risk management a few weeks ago, and it's online. And I again spoke to them about the model that we're creating here in Round Rock ISD. Next week, I've got a Round Rock area pastors luncheon, and I'm going to be there. And anybody that'll listen, guess what? I'm telling them what we're doing here in Round Rock ISD because I believe in it. I know that when people see the outcomes and what's produced, we all will have pride in what's coming out of this district. And it's I get so excited, and when people are sleeping, guess what? I'm up at night thinking about what's the next option. And when we have, and I'll get to that. Look, I'm all over the place a little bit, but let me keep rolling. Next slide, please. Okay. This was not by design, but this is where we are. It is what it is. At this point, we're very fortunate when we consider the diversity of where we are in this district with our Round Rock ISD Police Department. And Dr. Grosso was very kind to do stats because, for me, sometimes 1 + 1 = 3, and I don't know percentages. But I'm doing the best I can to learn. But she is a master at it, and this is where we are when it comes to the demographics. And when we have our interviews, I want people to understand that we have a representative from the Equity Task Force. We have a representative from Behavioral Health. And our questions are tailored to specifically extract information and get feedback from the potential candidates on equity, on behavioral health and mental health, and on student advocacy. We're asking questions that are unique to what we want here in Round Rock ISD. They weren't from a list of downloadable questions from Google. No, we created these questions because there were specific things that we're looking for in officers, and we've been able to be very selective in our hiring process. And to note, in addition to these slides, these statistics, 33% of our officers at this point are bilingual. 80% of our officers have degrees, associate degrees or higher. I challenge anyone to compare their stats, their law enforcement agency to these stats. Now, we got a few officers, and we're going to keep this moving up. But as we grow, we're going to continue to make sure that the quality of officers that we have are of the highest standard. I have people that I know personally who have applied or talked to me about wanting to work for the district. Guess what? I love them. There are people that I've known for 20 plus years that have applied for positions here. Or talked about applying. But here's the thing. They're excellent at what they do. That doesn't necessarily transfer into what we're looking for in Round Rock ISD. It has to be right or it's not coming. I just want you to understand that because I think it's very important. Again, we do an extensive background investigation based upon the TCOLE requirements, and the standards are high, and I think they should be. All right, next slide, please. So when it comes to officer training, there are so many training opportunities that exist. But for us, training is not enough. Training is the first step, but how do you digest that? If the training is checking the box, guess what? You get hours, but you get nothing else from it. So what our officers have done, one of the courses that our officers actually took is, and I've taken and we've just completed, is a course called Race and Cultural Diversity in American Life and History. And it's through the University of Illinois. It was a 4-week course. And it was built on a college-type course where our officers, we listen to lectures by our professor, we do discussion group boards, we do peer review of documents and assignments that are submitted by our peers. We do a proposal. We have to come up with 10 different references, and we have to read and provide summaries of each of those references, and then we write a final paper, and then we're reviewing papers of others. But we don't just stop there. And the same goes with the other course. We have our Friday meetings. We have staff meetings every single Friday, except tomorrow because we're going to be doing some radio stuff. But in our meetings, I'll tell you what, we had to write an autobiography. And I'll tell you, some of the most rewarding information and experiences have come out of our department meetings because we allow our officers to share where we are in the assignments. We talk about what we learned about racial equity, what we learned about diversity, what we learned about different cultures. But we also got a chance to have them share their autobiographies. And we're learning from each other things that we had no idea of. In fact, one of our officers talked about how he would, because he was so poor, he would have to go home and do his homework as early as he could because when the lights were cut off, they didn't have lights. So when the lights were cut off, he couldn't do homework. Another officer talked about the experience of having to move from the big city after his father was killed at 7 years old. We had another officer who hadn't experienced any of those things and talked about if they needed Nikes, they went and got Nikes. If they wanted to go to the mall, they went to the mall. But the beauty of what we have is we have people coming from many different experiences, and all roads led here. All of them have a passion to serve our students and serve in Round Rock ISD. I'm going to tell you something that just absolutely warmed my heart. I've been a cop, next month will be 26 years, and I know how we act around each other. And I know that there are things that we do not say. There's there's a shell with law enforcement officers. But I remember when our officers left Annette's office up at HR, we had a few officers who first started. I remember listening to these officers. They thought I was on my cell phone, but I was listening to them as we were walking out. And one of them said, "Man, this feels like a dream. They were so helpful." And the other officer said, "Well, if it's dreaming, don't wake me up." And then another officer said, and this one right here really touched my heart, because she said, "You know," and she was talking to the other two officers. She said, "They act like they really want us here." And I'm like, wow, think about that. They want us here. And she later on said, I heard her say, "Well, I'm not going to shout right," and this is the way she talked. She said, "I'm not going to shout right now, but when I get home and I get in my prayer closet, I'm going to shout," because they're excited to be in Round Rock ISD. And we had to repost because we had people that they knew saying, "Hey, when are they going to post again?" Because now they're wanting to come over, because they've gotten to hear what the uniqueness of Round Rock ISD is. And it's a great feeling. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's a great feeling. I look at these officers and they're like, I don't want to disrespect them by saying they're like puppies, but they're so happy. You know, they're so happy. They're so, "Chief, do you want me to do this? Can I help you with this?" We got an officer who talked about how he's building relationships with one of the students on his campus. He told us this just a few days ago about this one little girl who every time he walks into the school, she turns and she faces the pillar. She won't even look at him. And he'll speak, "Good morning." She won't speak. He goes in. He said, and this has happened for a few days. And he said, and finally, he said, I saw her. She turned and I said, "Good morning." He said she turned around and she just did this. The investment. He's making the investment. And that's what it's all about. Most officers wouldn't recognize that. But these officers have a passion. They have the right temperament. They have the right heart to serve our students in our district. We start off when we have I'm moving quickly as I can. We start off our meetings with kudos and uh-ohs. I call them kudos and uh-ohs. That means you give me one good thing that you're excited about, and give me one thing that's problematic. And we have fun doing it. You know, we get a chance to talk about what we like. And so last week we had a meeting and nobody could come up with any uh-ohs. I mean, so, you know, it's like, well, that's pretty cool. Nobody came up with uh-ohs. But in our meetings, we do something that I think is amazing. Like there was a situation in Wolf City, Texas, I think it was the last week, where an officer, an unarmed black officer, was shot and killed by a white officer. And I think you'll appreciate this. We discussed this issue. And some officers that didn't know about it, we had them read about it, and we put a video up so we can watch that. And then once we watched it, and this is the equity, this is the equity piece that I'm talking about, and the diversity and the understanding that I'm talking about, that we're doing more than just training. We put it up, and after the video finished, I said, and you're watching this young man's mama cry because her son was shot and killed. I asked the officers, I said, why does this keep happening? And so I started getting a lot of feedback from officers, and we discussed it. And then finally, the last question, because I think I was taking a lot of Dr. Grasso's time during her mental health first aid youth training. And my last question was, how do we fix this? And one of the officers, I'll tell you, it was amazing. She said, "Chief," she said, "if we're going to fix this," and Dr. Grasso can bear witness to what I'm saying. She said, "If we're going to fix this, it's going to have to start with us, because we're going to be the blueprint and the model for policing. And if it starts with us and it spreads out, we're going to change things starting here." She said, "It's going to have to start with us." And I'm like, wow. I love hearing that, because they're believing it. And they're taking their marching orders, their mission statement, the vision, and they're going out and they're applying it. And we're seeing the fruit of that. When you've got campus principals texting me, "Hey, I want this officer," then you got another one, "Don't take this officer from me." It's a good feeling and giving them the input and the opportunity to help decide who they feel is the best fit for their campus, we think is a great thing. We're not just placing someone there saying, you take what you get. No, we want your input. We want your feedback. If you don't think this officer's a best fit, let's find you someone else. But our campus principals are very pleased with who they have because we're very pleased with who we have. Okay, let me keep going. Okay, next slide, please. I think this is a very important one, and I think we touched on this one today in our training with the assistant principals, the principals, and I think there were area superintendents there as well. But there's a question about what law enforcement does and what law enforcement is involved in, what law enforcement is not involved in. Well, our officers know, even before coming here, we're very fortunate again. They know that when it comes to student discipline, we have zero jurisdiction, authority, role. We don't get involved in that. If there is a law enforcement issue, we handle that, but we collaborate in everything we do. But there is a gray area. And because this is a question that was asked, what happens if a situation occurs where both have a responsibility? And I talked about this today. And after our meeting today, our law enforcement officers and we debriefed after our meeting to talk about some of these things. If there's overlap, let me give you an example. If there's a fight in school, it's administrative, yes. But it can also be DOC, disorderly conduct, fighting. Or if you've got, again, like I talked about the drug paraphernalia, it's a criminal offense, but it's a Class C misdemeanor. Officers don't write Class C. We don't write citations. We don't deal with Class C misdemeanors. But if you get the overlap like you see there, what happens is I told our campus administrators and our officers understand the reality of if it is in the gray area where we have a responsibility and administrators have a responsibility, guess what? Our officers will advocate for those students, and they're going to work with those administrators, and that's when behavioral health comes in, because we're making sure that our students are always going to get the benefit of the doubt. If it falls in the gray area, it's not ours. And that's the way it has to be, because, again, we don't want to criminalize immature, adolescent, just childish behavior. We cannot afford to do that because, again, there was a time in law enforcement when we used to do what was called, if you had someone arrested, sometimes law enforcement would say, well, we're going to wait till the bell rings, we're going to go and get them, we're going to walk them out in front of everybody. The perp walk. I mean, that's crazy. When you look back, it's like, that is insane, because even if the charge is dropped, guess what? Everyone got to see this kid. This kid got to experience the public shaming. Now they come back, guess what? They're faced with the school to prison pipeline. It's like, they're calling me a criminal. I didn't do anything. I didn't, the charges were dropped, but they still had that experience that negatively impacted them. We got to fix that. And we're going to fix that here in Round Rock ISD. And I guarantee you we're going to make sure that other districts do the same, because we're going to yell this from the mountaintops. We're proud of what we do here in this district. And we will continue to do the best we can to build the best possible department to serve our kids, because they deserve it. And that's what you as a board tasked me with doing. That's what Dr. Flores holds me accountable for. And I will make sure that as long as I'm chief of police, I will continue to feel that responsibility to the best of my ability, because, again, these kids deserve it. And our officers are glad to be here and be of service. I'm finished with my part, and I'll let Dr. G move forward.
President Weir, Board, and Dr. Flores, I am so excited to be able to come and share the update with Behavioral Health Services and where we stop with police and where behavioral services comes in. I do mental health first aid. I'm a trainer for the youth version. And there's a line in it of you have to stay in your lane, right? I talk to teachers all the time. Like, you're not the counselor. Stay in your lane. You recognize signs and symptoms. Then you pass them on. And that's a lot of what we talk about with the law, the police officers, and even the behavioral health services. We each have our lane and we stay in it. But we respect the other side so much and we learn from them. Chief Yarborough has often said, if so many people know that these two worlds have to merge, why is nobody else doing it? And I looked at him one day and I said, because you have allowed me to be part of this. And I don't know many other law enforcement that readily invite somebody who's not law enforcement. I don't even own a gun, right? Like, I am totally out of my wheelhouse with them. But he has invited me in to share my expertise, to share my knowledge, and how we can help our students holistically. And I never dreamed I would be in this position and doing this. And I have to tell you, it feels like the most important work of my career because there's so much at stake. And I am honored, and I've never worked as hard as I have the last 2 months, but I've never been happier in the work I'm doing and prouder of what we're producing. I want to go a little bit on the timeline for behavioral health services, and there's some crossover with the PD, but there's also some unique things. And as I was thinking, like, how has this started? It reminded me of the Student Advisory Board in 2017 and 18 when they brought up the topic of mental health and said, we're worried about the mental health of our peers and no adults will talk to us about it. And to think of that and where we are today, I'm so proud of that Student Advisory Board, and I hope they realize their hand in where the district is today and how we listened to them and we paid attention, and we're doing everything we can to help with that. After that, the board, I'm so thankful for, funded the mental health centers, which was a first step in us continuing to expand services. The Safety and Security Task Force made their findings, which included behavioral health services and hiring of social workers. Then I was hired officially in this position in January 19th of this year to be able to really start focusing, what does this look like as a district? What are our needs? I started doing a needs assessment and really looking holistically of how do we approach behavioral health services. And then just in August, thankful once again that you all approved funding so that we could hire social workers and be able to provide that support to our students. And I have to tell you, I don't know who was more excited. It was at the principals, counselors, everybody was so excited to be able to have an added layer of support to help them and to help our students. If you will go to the next slide, please. I want to talk about behavioral health services right now is four main areas. The social workers, I am finalizing hiring the first 5, so those will be by learning communities. All will be fully on board by November 2nd. They all have master's degree. They're all licensed social workers, extensive experience within social work and school social work for many of them. Some have expertise in substance abuse, LGBTQI. One person we've hired, like she's done student groups with that, worked with parents. I'm really excited. And also 2 of the 5 are bilingual, which is critical when we think about working with our families across the district. Once they're fully in place, we'll post again for the next 5 so that we'll have a total of 10, 2 per learning community. At the same time, we've partnered with Carry for Kids. We have 5 new individuals. They are on our middle school campuses working with our at-risk students. They're really targeting those students who maybe have had a few discipline referrals and really working with them and their families so that they don't continue down that path. So really looking at prevention and how do we help them and get them the services they need. A new program we have is with Dell Med School. We're partnering with them through a program called T-Chat. It's based off Senate Bill 11. They got funding the last legislative session for it, and it provides free teletherapy we're putting it at 10 elementary schools, so it's 1 to 4 sessions with a psychologist or a psychiatrist. We picked the 10 elementary schools based on those who utilize the mental health centers the most, feeling like they had that need. And so that starts the first part of November. We will go fully live with that. And so I'm really excited to be able to offer that, especially to elementary. When we talk about equity and a lot of the work, I have a deep passion that by early identification of student needs from trauma, underlying mental health conditions, we can't wait until they're in high school. Some students, the way they express their trauma is by acting out. And if we don't identify early, then are we setting kids up to be in a disciplinary referral process for their entire education experience. And so by putting it with our earliest learners, I'm really hoping that we can help get students the help they need very early on. And then the 4th one is our mental health centers that we're continuing that program with Bluebonnet Trails. And
I really feel like we're just scratching the surface of what that can look like in the partnership with Bluebonnet Trails. They have so many services as being our mental health authority for Williamson County. We're in discussions even what their crisis services look like. And because we have that partnership, you know, when I have a family that's in need and they need a crisis visit to their house, it's very easy for me to call my direct contact, and then we can get those services to families. And that's happened already this year. And so I'm really excited for where we can go from. Seeing it, it's just been a little over a year, so where can we go from here with that? Next slide, please. While we're behavioral health services, it's critical that we don't operate in isolation. It's critical that across the districts, and I just gave some examples here of how collaborate, aligning services, making sure we coordinate all the services our students get, and making sure we're not leaving any students out. One of the partnerships I love, Mandy mentioned it, talking about the parent programs and the podcast. That's actually a partnership between behavioral health services and parent programs. So it's these 10-minute podcasts for parents that are being produced, and then the parent program translates them in Spanish so that our families can have them in English and Spanish, and we also produce transcripts for them so our families who are deaf can also partake. So those are the kind of things that we are just starting with behavioral health services and will continue. Also, I'm working with Kathy and her team of how we're going to evaluate what we're doing. I love data, and I think it's critical for us to see through data, and it's another equity piece. Are we serving all different student groups the same? Are we missing certain student groups? And how do we reach out? What things can we do to be able to help so that all of our students are getting the help that's needed? Next slide, please. We have a 4-pronged approach for behavioral health services: prevention, ongoing support, crisis intervention, and postvention. Prevention is a lot in the aspect of training. You know, I think of the partnership with PTA I have and how many parent programs we're doing just to be able to get parents information about signs and symptoms to look out for, where to reach out for help. That training is also, the social workers are going to start going to training to be trainers for a lot of the programs we do, like trauma-informed care. One of our social workers is about to go get trained in that so that they can come back and train staff across the district. I also view training as informal and almost a consultation, that principals, police officers, whoever has a question, they can call the social worker, they can call me, and we can talk through things to see what is the best avenue for our students. Ongoing support really falls in those 4 aspects that I talked about a minute ago. Too often we wait until a student's in crisis to pay attention, and this isn't society, this isn't just Round Rock, society. We wait until there's a mental health crisis, then we respond. We know that the earlier we identify, the earlier that there's ongoing support, the chances of better outcomes for treatment, and we avert a crisis. So the more we can do that. But there will be crisis situations, and how we deal with that is a coordination from a lot of different teams. Chief Yarborough and I've talked about, you know, there are times that a kid is in suicidal crisis, and there has been times that police have had to transport them to an inpatient facility. I asked him the question, if there are police officers, can our social worker go with that student and the officer to the facility? And he was like, absolutely. That never happens, right? In law enforcement, they get called, they just transport the student, and it can be a traumatic experience. So working together, we can reduce the trauma of a student reaching out for help. Postvention, too, I think oftentimes gets left off. Once there's been a crisis, how do we debrief everyone? One of the officers came up to me the other day and asking about, will there be opportunities for officers to debrief with social workers or someone else? Because they say they never get that in traditional law enforcement. But those are things we can do because of the partnership and working together. And it's only through postvention and debriefing that we can improve what we're doing. As I hired the social workers, I told them, I'm like, we're going to do some stuff, and then we're going to have to look at it, and we're probably going to redo it and continue to learn from this process. Like I said, I never dreamed of being in this situation, and I'm beyond thankful to be here at this time. And I just keep thinking about the students from the Student Advisory Board 3 years ago, and so thankful for their brave voice so that we can help countless students as we move forward. Next slide. We're now open for questions.
Ms. Feller.
So I had a couple of things. I was certain you were going to tell this analogy, Chief, and you didn't, but I really wish you would share it. But I had the pleasure of hearing you speak to Rotary, and you used an analogy about the farmer, the wolf, and the chickens, and how our police department kind of use that. Can you tell that analogy again? Because I really think that that's so important,
Yes.
not villainizing the wolf.
Yes. You know, there are times when we've working on campuses when a staff member or a teacher may have had it up to here with a kid, and they'll call an officer saying, "Can you get this kid out of the campus?" And they'll find reasons to try to remove that kid. And the analogy that you're referring to is one where I said, you can catch the wolf that's been killing your chickens and lock it up. That solves your problem, but it doesn't help the wolf. So, I not saying that our kid's a wolf, but I'm just saying my point is that it may resolve your issue, but there's still an underlying issue that causes an individual to respond a certain way. And it is our responsibility to look into that, to find out the whys, and to meet them at that need. And so just locking them up doesn't fix it. It may solve the issue at the moment, but long term, what resources are you providing to those students to help them to where they don't respond in that way? I tell you, there are numerous situations where I've been in, and afterwards you learn why a student responded the way they did, and you're like, "Oh, I never knew that." And a perfect example, really quick one, and I guess you can tell I'm full of examples, but this is I think this is very germane to what we're talking about. I remember we had a situation where we were doing a lockdown drill at a campus before I got to Round Rock, and usually when you do a lockdown drill, it's supposed to be really quiet in the room, right? And so we're walking through the halls, and I hear a lot of laughing in this one classroom. And so I knocked on the door, and it just erupted. So I opened the door, and the teacher said, "It's him, it's him." And so I saw this big kid standing in the back. And so I got my mask on, so I can't, but you'll understand when I say flossing. He's like, and so he's standing back flossing. And I said, "Hey, he's bigger than I am. Little boy, sit down." And he kept flossing with his thumbs in his pocket. And I said, "Little boy, sit down." And he didn't. So I walked over to him. I said, "Let's go." And he snatched away. I took him to the office. And later you find out, it's like, this could have turned out bad in the sense that this kid could have ended up in jail. But what I found out later was, this kid, if you tell this kid and you tell another kid to sit down, this kid's going to sit down, but this kid is processing it. You give him another directive, now he's processing two things. He's not moving as fast. You put your hands on him, he doesn't like to be touched, so he's going to respond. So an officer who is untrained is looking at that as noncompliance. They're looking at that as resisting arrest, and you've got a kid that's got some underlying issues who's now facing the criminal justice system, and he had a single mama who had to take off work to come to school. So it's important for us to know that if you've got a kid that's doing something that just doesn't seem like it fits the norm, don't look at it as a kid with a problem, or a kid being a problem. Look at it as a kid that's possibly struggling with something that may have a problem. And look at it as this kid needs a resource that you need to find out what that resource is. And Dr. Grasso says, you can't fix everything. Don't think that you have to fix it. And that's what she explained to us in mental health first aid youth, is you're not in the business of having to fix it, because officers are geared to fix things. But the way we've reconciled it in our mind is to fix it in this sense. If this kid's got a problem or an issue or a crisis that they're faced with, let's find the resource that best meets their need. That's how we fix it. Mm-hmm. So that was the analogy, and I think I talked a little bit more than I needed, but that was the analogy.
So the second thing I just would like to address is there were a few public comments tonight that I felt like really contained some inaccuracies about the process and about our police department. So up to this point, I didn't know if you wanted to address any of those comments. Specifically, one of them was implementing some of the task force recommendation, transparency, of course. But just if you wanted to address any of the public comments, just to kind of make sure that we're setting the record straight as to where we are on the police department development.
I think with a lot of the process, I don't really know a lot of the process, and I think Annette would be better to speak to that. But one thing I do know is I applied for this position. My credentials, my education, my experience made me the best candidate who was in the application pool, and I'm proud to serve this district.
Thank you. And my last comment, I promise, is for Dr. Grosso. And I don't know if you followed the Texas Board of Social Worker Examiners change in their decision this week, and it really is concerning to me. For those of you that don't follow it, the state board, Social Worker State Board, said that social workers can now choose to not serve the LGBTQ and the disabled population, and that's really concerning to me. Mm-hmm. And if you could maybe address that. I know it just came out yesterday. You may not have a full plan yet, but that's two populations that desperately need mental health services. So if you could kind of address that, I'd be really appreciative.
And I appreciate you asking that, because I saw some stuff on Twitter today questioning that. And I think first, it allows social workers to make that. It doesn't mean they have to. Second, our social workers go by their code of ethics. Their code of ethics does not line up with that law at all. During the interviews for social worker positions, we had questions on ethics and the role ethics play for our social workers, and their code of ethics is everything to them. Their licensure is based on their code of ethics. I can tell you the social workers we have care about every single student, and they will not discriminate just because the law is allowed, and it's not going to be allowed in the department. Like I said, one social worker I'm so excited bringing on has extensive experiences working with our LGBTQ students, has led groups for support groups for students and done parent sessions. And so I think just because it's a law, it allows discrimination based on that, but it doesn't mean our social workers will, nor will they be allowed to in the department.
Thank you.
Ms. Vessa, and then Mr. Moses, you'll be next.
Well, first, I just want to say the enthusiasm from both of you just made me want to come over and hug you. Even in COVID, I'm like, maybe I could really just do it, because I really want to hug you. Just so much, I can tell it's just such a passion of both of yours, and what you're doing is you're just basking in the opportunity to change the world. And that's really what you're doing, which is an amazing thing. I have a few questions. One is about both the School Safety and Security Committee that's mandated by SB 11, and then also the task forces committee that they've asked for, whether those will be what's the status on both of those, or is that actually going to be one committee? What's the plans for that community input?
Thank you for that question, and appreciate you and your support as well. The Senate Bill 11 gave us guidelines and parameters on what the Safety and Security Committee was responsible for, and that was multi-hazard plans, that was the security audit and things related to security. It had nothing to do with a police department and oversight, because you got to stop and think. They wrote the law, and the language in the law is clear, and it applies to every school district in the state. Every school district in the state doesn't have a police department. Otherwise, it would say that this is aligned with that. So there are two different things, and I know there's been some debate, but clearly there are two different things. The city of Austin has an oversight, a police monitor's office. I talked with them several months ago. I've done research, and I've talked to others who are experts in that field to try to get some guidance, some parameters, and it's going to take, because it doesn't exist in school policing, and because of the uniqueness of school police, you have juvenile records, you have law enforcement records, and the public isn't privy to most of that. So the question comes to, and this, I got this information from the Austin Monitor's office. You need to work with legal to determine what's permissible and what's not, but you also need to define a scope. Because I've heard many people say, oh, we need oversight, we need accountability. What does that look like? What is the scope? It's easy to say, but when you try to boil it down to see how that fits, that's where a lot of discussion is going to, bless you, that's where a lot of discussion is going to have to occur, because again, there is no model to see how it's been successfully done.
And with the safety committee, we actually, before the meeting today, President Weir, because that was in the thing, drew the names. And so we'll start contacting those that people had signed up back before COVID, pre-COVID. And so it just had been on pause because of COVID. And so we picked those names tonight. She picked one for each learning community plus 2 alternates, knowing that some students have graduated or life circumstances have changed since when people signed up for that. So that is moving forward for that parent component of the safety, the Senate Bill 11 committee.
And to add to that, we do have a tentative meeting scheduled for November 5th for the Safety and Security Committee meeting for the first semester.
Can I follow up real quick and just ask, when you were talking about the scope of the oversight that came from the task force, and that's exciting that you spoke with the Austin Monitor. What group, who will decide that? Who will help decide what that scope will be and what that which direction we're going to go and what we're going to look at? Because I know you and I before had talked about, what you did in Bastrop with some of the policy changes to go through the grievance process
Right.
and that sort of thing.
Yes.
So I guess I'm just thinking.
No, and I definitely understand where you're coming, because if it's for grievance processes, if that's the scope, and then we define it that way, what we have to look at is what is the current complaint process. And there is a current complaint process through the police department, and that escalates up to the chief of police. If it's a policy violation, or if you've got an officer that's just been rude, or you've got issues like that. If it's a criminal offense, the recourse is different, meaning that you can file charges with the county attorney or the district attorney. And my position is this: if I've got an officer that's committed a criminal offense, you're going to have to beat me to the county attorney's office filing charges on them. So you do have recourses there. And if it's a criminal offense, we wouldn't investigate it, and nor would an oversight committee investigate it. That would be handled by an independent investigative body. So it goes back to determining what is going to be the scope. And if there's a policy violation and it escalates up to the first line supervisor who addresses it or does not address it, and then it goes up to the chief of police, if they're not satisfied with that, the recourse is they can file a complaint. They can take that and escalate it to the superintendent's office. So there are avenues that are already built in the system to make sure that those issues, if there's a policy violation or a use of force issue that may not be a criminal offense, that we have systems that are currently in place that are based on our procedures and our SOPs to address those issues. And they're based on Texas Police Chief's best practices.
And then I guess my question though was who's going to help you come up with that scope? Have you thought about that?
Yes, ma'am. I think that there have to be several people involved in determining where we go. And again, based on the recommendations from the Austin Monitor's office, Farrah Muskinen, who said that we need to start with legal to find out what's permissible and what's not. And if the superintendent and I and Dr. Presley, we decide what next steps are. Again, when you look at the essential components, the way that's laid out, we've accomplished all the 5. We've got this one that the oversight and committee trying to determine what that scope is something that we're going to have to do and work together as a district to determine the best next steps for that.
Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be given the hour. I'll just be brief. I actually want to say thank you to y'all for everything you're doing to build this up, because I think Trustee Vessa is right. There's so much passion just to see that we are putting together, and just know how much you're appreciated. I just want to encourage the different people who might still be watching. If you're a member of a group or an association, you have questions about this, please reach out to Chief Yarborough or Dr. Gresso, because you're not going to find two more passionate people about this, or two more people with higher integrity than they have. And I can I want to commend y'all, because from my experience of serving here with y'all the last several years, y'all, you say what you mean what you say. And all that when it comes to treating our students right, treating them fairly, and making sure they have the resources they need to be successful. So just thank you for your passion, your dedication to our students, and just keep up the work you're doing, because I know it's needed to keep our schools safe and our students safe, both physically and mentally and emotionally, in which we have to take care of all three if we're going to take care of our kids.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, I'll be back to you, Corey, I promise.
Thank you both for the presentation. I've been excited to hear about it, and even at this hour, I can see both of you, how excited and the passion in your heart that you have for what you're building. You're building a legacy. So I think I kind of started to kind of drift a little when we were talking about the safety and security group, task force, what are we calling it? There's a committee that we're forming, safety.
Oh, the Safety and Security Committee that was mandated by Senate Bill 11.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're working on that, or?
My predecessor, the former Director of Safety and Security, actually started a Safety and Security Committee several years ago, and they've been meeting. They were meeting regularly. They were meeting when I first got here, and we had meetings before COVID. But the state, because there were some school districts that didn't have safety and security committees, the state mandated that everyone have one, and they gave guidelines. And so we're just making sure that ours aligns with the additional requirements that they added, and we have a meeting scheduled for November 5th.
Okay, are those the same members from before? Or?
No, ma'am. These are, what you have to have is you have to have a member of the emergency management department. You have to have a member of the school board president, the superintendent, a teacher, the chief of police for if you have a school district, a law enforcement representative. So you're and a parent. So they give you specific people that need to serve on that committee.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chadwell.
Thank you. Appreciate both your presentation and your and I'll say this too. You guys are very passionate, and obviously for that, this has been a long time coming. This has been a very long process to get to this point. And I was one of the probably the most vocal opponents to the way the process worked out. I wasn't opposed to having secure schools, and I wasn't opposed to exploring this. I opposed the way it got started. So I'm going on the record saying that, and I know that's not a real popular thing to say. And all along the way, there were questions, and I've documented. I put it in emails to Dr. Flores, and I said, here's some things I had questions about. Here's some other things. And one of the things that was spoken about earlier tonight was one of the speakers was one of the chairs, the co-chairs of that committee that did a lot of work. And I hope that you and everybody on your staff reaches out to that group and makes a reconciliation or makes an effort to reach out, and they say they know that they are bought into this, because there are still questions about how how the department was put together. And I'll say, and I'm sure a lot of people up here were found the same way, is I didn't know about the vehicles were purchased until I saw it on social media, and I didn't know about the hires until I saw it on social media. And I know Amy sent an email to Dr. Flores, and then he responded in the board update and said that you had been to PTAs and Rotaries and a variety of other groups. But the board, there were a lot of things that we didn't know about as a board. And of course, as it's been said before, a lot of people ask us about, how much were those vehicles, how much did they cost, when were they ordered? And we don't know the answer. So I'm asking you, and I'm asking Dr. Flores too, please keep everybody updated in this whole process about how things are going, so we're not surprised and we can turn around and we can support you, because it is important. And I was on that call last week when you talked to the Rotary Club, and you brought up some great points, but it's critical that this SB 11 and the community input, that somehow or another you reach out to that group and make sure that they are advocates as well, because it was apparent tonight that there's some input on there that they're surprised about as well. So anyway, that's the main thing I wanted to say. We got to move forward. The board voted to start a police department, voted to invest in mental health, and I want to see it succeed. I'd like to see it be a great case study, and one day, discipline on campus just is a non-issue, and certainly mental health issues are non-issues for the. And it's going to be a while, and I realize that. But anyway, please keep everybody updated and do the best you can. And I wish you the best. Thank you.
Mr. Chadwell, I have to ask for a point of clarification what you mean in reconciliation. That's typically associated with an apology. Could you expand on that a little bit further?
All right, so I'll say, as we heard tonight, the speakers, and we've also heard, maybe the word reconciliation, that group spent a lot of time in putting together a great presentation about a year ago. I think it was September of last year. And they said they originally started calling them non-negotiables, and I think they changed the name to
essential components.
What's that?
Essential components.
And they said, here's some essential components. And one of the things that they really emphasized a lot, and we got an email on this from one of the staff or one of the committee members a couple weeks ago saying there were a lot of questions, but they were not involved in the entire process. So whether you use the word reconciliation or outreach, I'm just saying, please make sure that group is included and they become your strongest advocates as well.
Ms. Vessa? And then Mr. Moses will be next.
So just building off kind of what Chad said in terms of, seeing our outcomes improve and improve and improve, I would love for you all to present to us as what kind of outcomes that you're tracking, what data you're tracking, so that I know that our board definitely is interested in that. I'm sure there will be discussions as we look at our student outcome goals to incorporating those types of measures into those goals, even more so than they are now, and refining them as we collect more and more data, because we have it internally and we're not limited in terms of data collection. So I just look forward to seeing what you're going to be proposing as for things that we can track to show the difference that we're making in students' lives.
And that's working with Kathy's team, and we've had some preliminary meetings the last few weeks just to look at what is reasonable to start tracking this first year, especially since we're not fully on board with across the district, the police officers. So it's like that in-between year and where we're ramping up with the social workers. So what can we do this year? And then after this year, what can we start tracking consistently to be able to show what we're doing?
That's a really good point. Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to, hey, Corey, I think that's a fantastic idea. And I still want to, I think that's the kind of stuff that when it comes to this, we need to be focused on. What I do not think we need to be focused on is being informed every time we buy a car or we hire an officer. We want to be informed what's going on, yes, but I also want to set the expectation right for Chief Yarborough and for the future board that, there's a fine line between being informed about the big picture and the direction and the information Corey's talking about, but it really is micromanaging if we're going to get frustrated every time we don't hear about us buying a car. We don't hear about us buying a car for the maintenance department. We don't hear about us hiring individual teachers, a number of teachers at campuses. So I feel like, again, Mr. Chadwell, we're picking on this department that we know you at first weren't very, as you just said, you weren't the biggest fan of the process, and that's fine. That's a fair opinion. But I think the expectation needs to be for the board, let's focus on the data that Corey's talking about. Let's focus on the big picture and vision, the mission of what they're doing to help kids, and not get down in the weeds about the vehicles they're buying to go do their responsibility. So again, I know it's late, but let's focus on the big picture and not get down the weeds and micromanage.
Can I jump in real quick here and just
Mr.
respond? So I
Chadwell.
appreciate that, and I realize that, and I wasn't asking to get down into the weeds, micromanage, but
you were.
Well, now listen. Let me emphasize. It is. We got that list in the board update last week or Friday a week ago, and it said, the police department has met with the PTA, the Rotaries, the Lion Club, the ministers. Nowhere was there in there a meeting about reaching out to the community task force that spent hundreds of hours combined and giving them an update. So that was my point. And as I said, I didn't know what was going on. The main focus over the last few months was restarting school, COVID, all of that, and all of a sudden I start seeing all this stuff. So again, this is so critical because I do want that group, I want everybody to be a supporter of the police department and what is every department in here. So that's what I was asking for. Is I don't need to know every purchase, but big things like that at some point we can say, okay, it's starting. They're starting hiring. The very first officer that I saw posted online, and I can't remember who posted it, but that officer came from Bastrop, and as you know, that was a touchy subject for a while when we had the town hall meeting. So I'm asking.
Can I interject?
Chad, we can't go
I
down
think.
to-
Hold on. I've taken enough. Hold on.
I agree. We want to hear the input from the task force, and that's important. And we want to make sure that their essential components are folded in. Absolutely, you're not going to hear me say anything different. But also, we have to understand that when this is being set up, there's only so much that can actually be done in the shortest period of time to get us up and running. We have to respect the fact that, hey, there's going to be some things that we can do quickly and some that are going to take more time, and those conversations are needed, but not everyone's going to get 100% of what they want. And so if the goal is to make everyone happy 100%, then we're setting everybody up for failure. I feel like that's what's being asked to do.
Can I add a point of clarity? I do think that Mr. Yarbrough's or Chief Yarbrough's outreach has been impeccable. I do think we can get better, and that's his attempt, and there's no doubt that the leader of the equity task force from the superintendent's cabinet is Darrell Emanuel. He was also on the finalist interviews. As a result, part of the reach out was eventually to get to the point where we can come back to that. So there's no doubt that's important. So because the work of the Safety Security Task Force was immense and it evolved. But I want to remind this board that in February, it was when it was given the authorization to this administration. This administration patiently waited because this board was hoping that Williamson County Sheriff's Department would do this for the entire district. And if they could have, I said it then and I'll say it now, if they could have at that time, we wouldn't be talking about our internal police department. This board, members of this board went, and community task force members went to Sheriff Chody's office, asked for, again, that to be the process. It didn't, again, work out because it wasn't in line with what the county wanted. So when that happened, this board is either no police or a Round Rock ISD police. So in February, at that point in time, Safety Director, Executive Director Jeffrey Yarbrough started the TCOL application so that we could be aligned because we were already behind. And then from that point in June, in the budget adoption, we knew that that was going to be there. So Mr. Chadwell, if what you're saying that you want to know what maintenance department, what others, the vehicles, when we purchase vehicles, obviously board, I need to update this board. But I haven't done that to this point. And then when you say you were not informed, I want to be clear and on the record that in August and in June, in closed session, we had discussions with this board telling them where we were along the process and where we were with regards to safety and security and the police department. This board and this administration, as we focus on other things like internal investigations or processes of how we do things, the focus really hasn't been on PD. Had it been, there's no doubt. And you're right. There's We've got to acknowledge the work, the fine work of the Safety Security Task Force, but at the same time, when individuals speak publicly and say that there was no way in heck that this man is the most qualified person, that's when it becomes personal. And I can tell you, so that speaker did say they hope there's an investigation into the SGR process, and if there is, they're going to find out then, and then would they acknowledge that in fact the best candidate in the United States at this point in time that applied for this job is sitting right there and delivered one hell of an inaugural police department, Round Rock ISD. He talked about the components that were all there. So if I sound a little defensive, it's not that I'm defensive. What it is I'm proud. And I'm proud of the integrity of this gentleman to take the kind of things that he's taken from members of this board. And with that, I close my comments.
So I think there is some confusion, and maybe it's just me, but the Safety and Security Task Force that started eons ago and came forth with the recommendations, is it still together? Because Mr. Chadwell speaks like it's still together. So it's not, correct?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that there are some people who've moved on, but there are clearly people who are very
Dr.
tuned
Presley?
in and watching. So
Yep.
they have not had any meetings.
Dr.
as far
Presley?
Yeah, I believe it was an ad hoc committee to get us through the process and bring the recommendations to the board. I didn't know. I knew there was discussion of developing some oversight group moving forward as part of their recommendations that they made. And I too applaud their work. They were diligent. There were some that made every meeting.
Oh, they did a great job.
But I'll kind of echo what Dr. Flores says is that Chief Yarborough is really running a race right now, because we've known since 2017 that at least our contract with Round Rock PD would expire this coming summer. I mean, eight months from now. And so we have to be fully operational and transitional when we hit summer to get ready to start the next school year, which hopefully will be a regular school year. So, and Dr. Flores' timeline on in February when we kind of got the charge going, Jeff, as the executive director, or Chief Yarborough, I'm sorry, as the executive director of safety and security, took on the whole task of doing the TCOL application, getting that process going. Otherwise, we would have had to wait till we hired a chief to start that process. But his knowledge and understanding of how that works, having done it before, was instrumental in getting us in a timely way. We're still behind time, but in a timely way where we are right now. So when we ask questions about, didn't know officers were hired, he has hit the ground running, tasked by Dr. Flores to do this, to get things going so we're not left short. And on the good side of that, we have staffed our campuses that had no officers. So, and as Round Rock and Williamson County, as Chief Yarborough said earlier, phase out over the year, we will be phasing our officers in. So it's not an easy task. They're very passionate. So it sounds, listening to Dr. Grosso and Chief Yarborough, it sounds fun, right? I'm telling you, it's long hours and trying to get things in place that we've got to have in place. And we still have some pieces to go. So it's a matter of, I do think we had the best candidate. There was nothing rigged about the process or planned about the process. It was a national search from a company that we did not know prior that did the search. And there was a fair process through the whole thing. And as Chief Yarborough will tell you, even in the hiring of officers now, he's still involving people from different groups that come in. But to my understanding, directly to your question, is that committee existed to bring the recommendations on what they thought we should do as a district, and then the board would move forward with how they saw fit.
Thank you. I think somehow we've gotten off a little bit off topic. Back to Ms. Moore's comments, but I guess I kind of wanted to swing back around because I know some of the things that Chad had asked for. I mean, I appreciate all your outreach to the community and going to the community. And I don't want to know everything about every maintenance hire personally, Dr. Flores. Please don't send that to me. But I think, when it's a new office, people are curious. So, but that's more Dr. Flores, and I wouldn't expect you to send that to the board, Mr. Yarborough, Chief Yarborough. So I know when the equity office maybe gets started, we'll have questions about that when that first gets going, and because there'll be but I expect that will not come from necessarily the chief equity officer. It will
Right.
be from the administration.
No, I think we
and
could
from the board.
have done a better job of keeping the board informed. I know Chief Yarborough's been working on a website with the communications department for the police department exclusively, and that's moving forward. So there's just a lot of things happening really fast in the middle of an international pandemic, which doesn't help things. So there's no excuses on that. But I'm glad they're here tonight, and you guys are getting a lot of information, and we'll do a better job moving forward of keeping you informed along the way with the big pieces.
Yeah, I'm excited. It sounds great. It is. And if there's anything, I mean, I don't know. I had asked Dr. Flores if some of this stuff we needed to put into policy, and he said no. But, I guess I'm kind of waiting for us to be a part of it. So let us know for sure. And I don't see any other questions. Mr. Moses, you didn't have? No. All right. Thank you very much. Then Dr. Flores, we have one more.
Yes, one more, and they're going to be just as excited. I can tell right now. Goal progress.
I don't know if I can promise exciting.
No. I'm telling you, 4
But
points.
I can promise proud. So while everybody's finding their seat, I'm the one that gets to come here every month and highlight our student outcome goals. But as I was reviewing all the data, I really just kept remembering our campus colleagues and our administrative team that really makes these things happen. And even when we're holding steady, but in some cases making phenomenal progress, that it's happening in the middle of a global pandemic. And it makes me really proud to be starting my 10th year with Round Rock ISD this month. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started, Jennifer. So the first goal that we're going to talk about is in support of Goal 4, which is success on the first attempt of the Algebra 1 EOC. And the goal progress measure is increasing the percentage of students who will complete Algebra 1 in middle school. And on the next slide, on Figure 1, you can see that we did exceed that goal a little bit. If we'd round it up, we'd be at 47% of our middle schoolers earning credit for Algebra 1 last year, in spite of school closures and a very challenging time in our school's history. And in Figure 2, even more impressive, and as you'll hear from Ms. Nichols here in a little bit, the outcome of a lot of work that's been going on for several years. We've also are looking more than better on to meet our goal for the current year, exceeding it quite a bit by having almost 55% of middle schoolers on track to earn credit in Algebra 1 at the end of this year, and that actually exceeds the 2022 target. Our second data point is to look at one of our GPMs that serves Goal 5, which is the percentage of our graduates who are college, career, and military ready. So specifically, we're looking at the percentage of students who earn credit for advanced coursework while in high school. And that includes a variety of things that Ms. Swain will be talking about, including AP, IB, pre-AP, pre-IB, dual credit, etc. On-ramps, for example. So this year we more held steady. I added the decimal point because I just had to be sure that we didn't quite get all the way to 64. So we pretty much held steady from the prior year, but we're very, very close to meeting our target in spite of all the challenges last year. And then in the next figure, you'll see that we are on track, however, to meet target for 2021, which is 66% of high school students earning credit for an advanced course while they're in high school. And with that, I'll hand it over to Michelle Swain, who can talk about all our advanced coursework opportunities.
Thank you. Good evening. Before I speak to those, I'd like to address Trustee Feller's question from earlier in the evening regarding the PSAT. There was a PSAT original date of October 14th that was offered up by the College Board, but we did not take advantage of that particular date, as we did not take advantage of that date last year because it followed a 4-day weekend for our students, and we didn't feel like that was in the best interest of our students and their performance. So our juniors are actually taking the PSAT on October 29th. We limited to the junior class to take it first because we know how important it is for those students for national merit. The College Board, in recognizing that there was a need to provide opportunities and flexibility, provided a second date of January 26th. And so our sophomores will take the PSAT on January 26th, which will still give them plenty of time to get that data back and engage with Khan Academy and other preparatory efforts before they go into their junior year and take that PSAT. Additionally, our 8th graders who take the PSAT 8-9 will be taking that test on January 27th, so we had flexibility there. And that was a window, that wasn't a single date that was provided by the College Board, and so the principals, the middle school principals, looked at that week and they wanted an A day, and so the 27th was an A day, so that's how we settled on that date.
Can I just ask a really quick question on that? So one thing that is a parent concern there is a lot of people are afraid, oh no, what if my kid has to be in quarantine, or what if they get sick and they can't come and take the PSAT on the 29th? Is there going to be a makeup day because of the situation? So I know that there are a lot of parents out there that were just wanting to know, like, is that they're, we live in such a fluid environment right now, and this is so important to so many families.
Right, and we understand that. The 29th is actually the makeup date that College Board provides, and we have just felt historically that it was better to test on that date, knowing that there may be a few kids here and there that miss out on the opportunity, than to test on the Wednesday after a 4-day weekend and run the risk of kids just not having their head in the game and not performing as well as they normally would. So there's not a makeup date provided by the College Board for the 29th.
So if a child, it has to be in quarantine, is there a way for them to take the test?
It's not available in a digital format right now for those grade levels. It's not a virtual exam. Much like the SAT is not a virtual exam, if they can't go to a testing center and take an in-person SAT, there's not an option there.
Okay. And so now we'll talk about advanced courses.
Okay, thank you. So as you see on the slide, we do have a menu of opportunities, and we're very proud of the wide variety of options that we provide to our students and the fact that there are multiple entry points and they can choose any of those options or multiple of those options as part of their course taking patterns in high school. We continue to seek ways to encourage a diverse population of students to avail themselves of these various opportunities, and we also continue to look for funding support because some of these do have a financial implication. You see up there the word advanced. That is the new moniker for our formerly known as pre-AP courses. And one of the reasons that we went to that, and I believe I shared this with you last year, is that the College Board is changing their structure for pre-AP to where we would have to pay by campus and by course, and that cost, because we do offer so many courses, would be quite prohibitive for us. And one of the things I like about having gone with the advanced moniker as opposed to honors or something else is advanced speaks to the rigor of the course, and it also aligns to our advanced courses that come after those courses. So in other words, any student who takes an advanced course in their early high school career is going to be prepared for any of these advanced academic opportunities, whether it be AP, IB, dual credit, or on-ramps. Just a couple of really quick data tidbits related to some of those options. Advanced placement, I'm proud to share with you that all of our high schools that participate in AP have already exceeded last year's numbers. They're all over 100% of exam enrollment. So we are on target to exceed last year's exam enrollment by quite a bit, actually. So we're really excited about that. Part of that is probably due to the fact that the College Board has waived the cancellation fee. So there's no risk involved to students to register now. And it becomes incumbent upon our teachers to work with our students and prepare them and encourage them to follow through and take those exams in the spring. For International Baccalaureate, I'm so excited to share, and I think you've already seen this in a previous board update, but Stony Point High School had 89% of their students who were IB diploma candidates earn the diploma, and Westwood had 90%. So we are starting to see that success in the Stony Point program mirror the success that we've seen with the Westwood program longitudinally. In on-ramps, we had amazing success this past year. 829 of the 857 courses that were eligible for students to earn college credit earned college credit. So that was a 97% rate of earning that college credit. And then in dual credit, I finally got the data crunched, and I think I may have sent that to you recently, but wanted to call attention to the fact that just in the summer of 2020, our students earned over 6,000 college credit hours, and if you calculate that at $85 per credit hour at ACC, that's over $500,000 that our families have saved in tuition just over the summer. So we are seeing some really great successes there. Okay, next slide.
And if I can add, that was also during a pandemic.
Yes, which actually may have helped a little bit because the classes were online, so more kids were able to take advantage of the opportunity. And kudos to our counselors who were there to support our students through the enrollment process. So if you look at the supports that we provide, we are trying to find every possible barrier or impediment to students having access to, enrolling in, and being successful in these courses. So for parents, we've had, you've heard earlier this evening, as Mandy mentioned, the parent seminars. We have some specifically on things like college credit opportunities in high school, building high school schedules, preparing for college. Our college credit in high school presentation is going to be on November 17th. But one of the, we're looking for some silver linings in the pandemic, and one of the things that we found is that our participation from the community is increased when we're able to offer these parent seminars virtually. So in the college college admissions panel that we had as the very first one this year in September, we had over 80 participants. And so it was one of the most successful college admissions panels that we've had with that kind of population in attendance. We're also constantly looking for resources. I think I've shared with you previously the College Credit in High School side-by-side document. We're looking at continuously updating the website, informing parents about the benefits of participation in AVID, et cetera. We have our campuses that are hosting advanced academics nights and program nights where they highlight the benefits of these various programs and help support students and their parents to enroll in these programs. And then something that we're working toward more this year, and some of it is based on the work that Natalie and the Stony Point Learning Community have done, is to look at our elementary and middle schools and how can we better inform earlier those families so that they can have that vision and that goal and plan ahead to participate in these options. We're also providing supports for our staff, so trying to make sure that our stakeholders, our staff stakeholders, are informed and involved in planning for each of the various programs. We have councils for each of the advanced academics opportunities where we have two-way communication and identify barriers and issues and try to work together to come up with plans to share best practices and engage in improvement. One of the things we're really proud about is that we don't sit back and rest on our laurels. We're constantly looking to expand opportunities. So Stony Point is pursuing the MYP, the IB MYP program at 9th and 10th grade. That is going to be a huge support for the diploma program at that campus and a huge draw for Stony Point High School. We also were chosen as one of 20 schools in the state of Texas to pilot the biology on-ramps course. That's a new course this year. There are only 20 teachers engaged with that. And then this last year, we also included the rhetoric and history courses for on-ramps, and those were extremely popular and successful. And then as the course catalog process ensues this month, we are adding multivariable calculus to our dual credit offerings because we know how important math is. I think it's E3 Alliance that talks about more math, more money. The more math that you get, the more money your career could possibly make for you as you embark upon that. So we want to have as many advanced math options as possible. And then we're also providing a ton of training for staff, lots of other resources. One of the things that we started doing as a result of the pandemic, we knew that our associate principals, who serve as our point of contact for most of these programs, were very overwhelmed with the amount of things that they were trying to manage and deal with as we pivoted to online learning. And so we started taking all of the information we were getting from our partners and putting it into a single Google Doc so that they didn't have to hunt for the email from On-Ramps that talked about this or hunt for the email from College Board that spoke to that. It was all in one document. And we shared that with the associate principals, the campus testing coordinators, the lead counselors, and then they were free to share it with anybody else that they wanted to have access to that information. So that's been a huge help. Not on the slide, but equally important, if not more so, are the supports that we have for our students. And so I just wanted to highlight quickly the AVID program that we have at all of our high schools and that we have at 3 of our middle schools, and how important that is to support our traditionally underrepresented students that may need that extra support in accessing and being successful in those courses. And then also this year we are very fortunate to have Harvard Leadership Resident Danielle Duarte with us. She is focused on academic mindset relative to our Black and Latinx students who are enrolled in advanced classes at lower rates than their peers. And so some of the efforts that she is engaging in is looking at our climate survey data, engaging in focus groups with staff and students and others to determine what barriers our students are facing and develop strategies to support student engagement and success in the courses that we are talking about during this segment of the meeting. So she is very much an asset. She's really digging into the data, and we're really excited about taking the information that she is able to pull together and put into action steps for guiding us in the next 2 or 3 years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Nichols.
Thank you. And if you guys can go to the next slide, and we'll start from there and give a little bit of context. And so, hello everyone, Natalie Nichols, proud area superintendent for the Stony Point Learning Community. Thank you all. It's good to see President Weir, Board of Trustees, of course, my wonderful superintendent, and all the amazing people that just presented. I'm sitting here, it's late, but it's also really impressive if I'm sitting here and looking at everything as far as what we've been able to accomplish as a district, and really thinking that it really isn't typical, the results. We're so used, for those of us who've been in this district a while, we're so used to these numbers and we're always pushing for more. And sometimes we forget that this is not typical and it's not the norm, whether it be in a state or in the nation. So I'm really quite proud, not just to be in this district, but also get the opportunity to speak to some of the things I'm going to bring forward today. I want to thank this school district and this board and the people who support in teaching and learning as well for the opportunity to innovate. One of the things that's great about our district right now, we have the 5 learning communities, and I really want to speak to, we still find a way to be one family, but because within that family we have very different needs, we also have to find very different ways to innovate in order to grow that part of the learning, the community. And so I really appreciate the fact that we get to do that, and just wanted to speak to you about some of the innovations that we have, just as an example of all the great things that all of our area superintendents do. So within the Stony Point Learning Community, we have a focus specifically for the VLC, a focus on math. That was born out of specifically the goals that you guys set for us, but it's also born out of the fact what the national data is saying. Many of you on the board may be in the areas of STEM, and so you know that that's our leading technology, and that leading technology dictates that our students have a strength in math. One of the things that we say all the time is that everyone does not have to go to college. Being in trades is a wonderful opportunity as well. But the promise that we make to our parents and to our students in this district is you should have access to anything you want. And we will make sure that within this district, we do not in any way, shape, or form limit what you have the possibility to become. That being said, what we have found that math and access to math is a huge, barrier to success, and it has the ability to close off a lot of opportunities. So because of that, then we see our main cause is to make sure that students have access to math as early as possible. What they have said, if you've read the data, that more than any other content, Algebra 1 in middle school has the largest correlation, not just to advanced math, but to any advanced course. Your ability to graduate college ready, your ability to get in college, stay in college, graduate from college, and also graduate with a STEM career. So because of that, as a learning community, we saw that our greatest opportunity then was to really look at increasing the number of our students in middle school that have access to Algebra 1. And so this is what this data is representing. Now, because that many times that will mean that you get access to Algebra 1 by 8th grade, what we decided to measure very specifically is how many students are getting to 6th grade advanced math, accelerated math, each year, because we know if we can get them there and keep them there, then they will meet that metric that will dictate and affect everything, not just for middle school, but for high school as well, and the numbers that you guys are looking at on a yearly basis. So what this represents specifically is 6th grade from 2017-18 all the way to this current school year. We want to explain to you that the 2017-18 school year is the year our benchmark data. No strategies had been put in place at that point. We put strategies in place, and so the first year where you'll see, fruits of our labor is in the 2018-19 school year. I will tell you, based on where we started, the goals that we set for ourselves, they seemed like just huge dreams, and we were afraid to go after those goals. But as we kept going year after year, we got bolder, and we really increased our dream and what we felt that we could do, what our teachers could accomplish, what we could accomplish, what our kids could accomplish. All the way, if you look at our all numbers from this year, we went in our 6th grade, and each year represents a different cohort, to where we had 33% of our kids in advanced math. To this year, between Hernandez and Hopewell Middle School, 75% of our students are in advanced math. And that is our norm. Thank you. Even more impressive, I want you to look at the numbers for economically disadvantaged and 2 specific data points that we're really working on within the district, our African American students and our Hispanic students. You will see where their numbers grew more than any other demographic over those years, between 45 to 50%, and same thing with our economically disadvantaged numbers. We worked a lot on putting strategies in place to change the way we enrolled students. We took away, before what we had was we said that you had to pass your 5th grade test, STAR test, at a master's level. You had to have at least a 90% average in your math class in 5th grade. You had to have a teacher recommendation. And if you didn't have all those 3 things, then you couldn't get into advanced math in middle school, 6th grade. Now, when we talked about, well, where did these rules come from, we couldn't find a starting spot. It just seemed that that had always existed, so we continued on with that narrative until we simply stopped and asked the question. Now, because we had created that narrative in our district, what happened is, even once we stopped and we took it off our choice sheets, people still acted as if it was still there because it's what they had always known. It is how we had trained ourselves up in the system, and we had already delivered on expectations. So what we simply did is we talked to parents. First of all, we bribed the kids to bribe their parents to come to meetings. And they did. We had over 60% of our kids represented by one or more parents in combination within our learning community. And that was huge, because the narrative we usually tell ourselves is that those parents on that side of the highway are not going to show up. And what I'm telling you is, when we made a case for why this information was important, they showed up. It was just a matter of our message had not been compelling before. So we created a compelling case, and not just that, the people that knew them the best, our teachers, were the ones that took the message forward. As they've said before parents listen to the district, they will listen to principals, and before they listen to principals, they will listen to teachers, because that's the first line of people that they deal with, and those are the people they trust. So those are the people, the teachers, are who we work with to take this message forward. And those very simple but big things is what really much led to the success. Simply taking away those barriers and then retraining ourselves and our mindset, working on instructional strategies, so not only can the kids get there, but they have a reason to stay there. Next slide. Now, this is a different way to look at the data. What you looked at is cohort after cohort, the increases in sixth grade by itself. What we're now showing you is the combination of all of those different years added together. So how does each sixth grade class affect the overall numbers in the entire middle school? So what you're seeing here from 2017-18 to 2020-21, how does this affect how many total advanced students in math do we have within the campus? And as you can see, our all numbers from 2017-18, and again, this is Hernandez and Hopewell, has gone from 32% of our students are in advanced math, 6th to 8th grade, to 64%. Usually what happens at the end of the year, Kathy, she's my best friend, the data guru, will usually pull the data and I'll add it to the report. We were able, just by going through the classes, to come up with the 64%. So that 64% could be más o menos, somewhere about there. But I feel pretty good about the other three before, but that's about where we are right now with our students. And so as we see, as one cohort graduates and goes on to high school, then that total number for the middle school will increase year over year. One of the things I want to do at this point is also, I have the privilege of being up here and representing my learning community, but Ms. Sunny Wren is here. She's the ADA for the Stony Point Learning Community. The work that she has done with her instructional coaches, how she's led the charge and worked with the teachers has been absolutely phenomenal. I feel incredibly blessed that I was allowed to partner with her in order to bring this to reality. She has a great ability to dream and to just fight to bring those dreams to fruition, and I couldn't ask for a better partner. My principals have been absolutely outstanding. There were times when none of us believed what could really happen, and we're like, we're going to walk out on faith, but together they've made it happen, as far as talking to their teachers, inspiring their teachers, keeping them going, the professional development, learning as we went along. All of this, these are numbers, but really and truly these numbers represent a story of really how much our hopes and dreams, how we've worked to turn them into reality. So I want to just make sure that you don't see it just as black and white. A lot of love and care and hope and faith have gone into making this a reality, because in the end, what we realize is this: if your access to math has the ability to change the trajectory of your life, really and truly what we've just told you is we've already changed over 50% of our students' lives as far as what they have the ability to be and the choices they could potentially make. And that's something that we're really proud of. Next slide.
Ms. Feller.
I am heartbroken that this is happening at midnight, because this is why I'm here. This is true change, and these numbers represent kids and the changes that you have made in the lives of them and the generations to come. I still remember the first presentation that you made. It wasn't too long after I came on the board. I think it was January of 2019 when you made your first presentation about this program. It stuck with me. I've gone back and watched it a couple of different times, and I've told a couple of other trustees that I've met across the state. I've given them the minute mark in the meeting to go back and watch it, because this is real change, and I can't tell you thank you enough.
Ms. Bessa.
I mean, definitely what's happening in the Stony Point learning community, it's just a highlight of what's happening in our district. But I have to say, the whole department and the data that shows how amazing the opportunities are that we're providing for our students, it's a team effort, and it's so obvious that you guys are really going after it and really enabling our students and families to access higher education in high school, which ultimately gives them a huge leg up, not just financially, but in terms of success when they get there. Because, I don't know, no one's going to watch this. It's like 12:10, so I probably can out my husband. He wasn't ready. He nearly flunked out of college because he didn't have the type of coursework to prepare him for what was coming. I did not have that experience. I was in very rigorous courses that prepared me for a very rigorous academic pursuit in college. And he didn't have that. And he nearly dropped out. It was only his fraternity brothers that kept him in, because he felt so unprepared, and they came around him and helped him succeed. But what's so incredible about what you all are doing is you're giving them the prep that I got, so they don't have the experience he had. So just an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And hopefully he doesn't mind that I outed him.
Yeah. It was. I am so sad that it's so late. My only question actually was, how are the high schools preparing? Because you've now done this 3 years, and there's going to be a wave that starts heading up to Stony Point. So how is Stony Point getting ready for this?
So the same things that we've done as far as, I think Michelle mentioned that we are working with NAEP, National Alliance of Partnerships and Equity. We're also working with E3 Alliance. And so every year we train a certain segment of our staff. We started with 6th grade because that was the year we wanted the teachers to have a growth mindset and a certain level of cultural self-efficacy, so that as the students came in, so one of the things that we have to be really honest about, there are going to be more students who are Black and brown and who are different from what people are used to culturally in those spaces. And there's a certain mindset about who we expect to see in those spaces and what a mathematician looks like. So we all had to really have mindset shifts and make sure that culturally the teachers were in the right place in order to do that work. So with those organizations, we first started with 6th grade, then we went down and captured 5th grade, and every year as the students move up, then that's the segment of the population that we work with more and more as far as the teachers and the grades. So we've already started that work at Stony Point High School within Algebra 1 and moving up to their different levels as well. And there's some other things that we have planned as well we're not going to talk about yet as far as preparing them and making a way. In working with Michelle and the Future Readiness team, she talked about the fact that we have 9th grade and 10th grade MYP. First of all, she was being very coy. It's the only high school in this region that has a 9th and 10th grade MYP. That is not the norm. And so understand the framework is already being laid in order for this swell, this wave, in order to hit Stony Point and for them to be successful, not just with enrolling more kids in IB and pre-advanced, but also specifically where they're ready to really work on the self-efficacy of the kids and their cultural self-identity to make sure those kids know that they belong and they want to stay in those programs. So all those things are us laying the groundwork for this swell that's coming to Stony Point.
Mr. Moses, did you have a question? I couldn't tell if you raised your hand.
No, sorry, I may just have my hand right here. No questions. Just echoed everything's been said. It's just such a great initiative, and I want to commend you, Natalie, and your team for the work you're doing. And I appreciate really everyone who presented this for sticking with us throughout this evening, because this is the why. This is the important stuff that we get to talk about. And I thank you for your commitment to our district.
I looked up what MYP is while you were talking, but if you would like to share it with other people so that what MYP actually stands for in the IB program.
MYP stands for Middle Years Program, but the acronym tells you, it really doesn't tell you anything. So what MYP says specifically in layman's terms is, I know you have the ability to be great. I know you have the ability to challenge yourself in all advanced coursework. And instead of in advanced and AP, you have the ability to cherry pick one thing here, one thing there. In MYP and IB, what they're saying is, no, we're going to make sure that you're equally great in all different content area, and also at the same time, develop a global perspective, really train you on being curious, train you as far as self-efficacy. So there are very specific components it has where it's not just training you in regards to advanced coursework, but it's developing you as a global citizen and making sure that you understand that your job is to go out and enrich the world. So it's not just about the coursework, it really is about the child and preparing you to just go out and do great things, be of service.
And I'll add to that, just having come from the other IB, in the Westwood community, what I see is the community that they develop within the IB program, like how they're supporting each other, and when they get to their senior year and they're departing, how lovingly they talk about all of the teachers, all of their fellow students, and just the whole experience, and what an enriching experience it was, and how it changed and grew them and gave them lifetime colleagues in terms of their fellow IB learners, and then lifetime advocates in terms of their in terms of their teachers. So it's just, it's an amazing thing to add on to the amazing things happening in the Stony Point learning community.
Ms. Feller?
So I actually have another question, not related to the Stony Point data, but about the first part of the presentation when we were looking at our goal progress measures. In the disaggregated data that was sent earlier this week, kind of felt like it was apples to oranges in one of the comparisons, because we had last year's data of the number of students that completed, but then we had this year's data of the number of students enrolled. And so being able to compare, like, what's the drop-off from the number of kids that enroll to then the number of kids that actually complete it. And so if we could I would appreciate if I could look at that data to see how does this year's enrollment compare to last year's enrollment, and then looking at it in the disaggregated data like that you sent. And I understand why we can't publish it because some of the student groups are so small.
Yes, and I'll just say that I originally, for both algebra and advanced coursework, started to put all 6 columns: who enrolled, who completed it, and such small numbers of students did not complete that it just made more sense to keep it simple. But I can send in a board update, just that percentage, it might have been like 0.5% or something that didn't complete, just so you have a sense.
Well, and if you're saying most of them completed, then that's great. didn't know for sure if that drop off was significant or, if they really did continue through, because that's really good news that these kiddos are not only enrolling, but are being able to successfully earn their credit as well. And so
I'll be sure to include that in future reports, even if it's just as a footnote to how many did not complete.
Yeah, or even, in the spreadsheet, even if you just put a parentheses of in the completed, like how many didn't complete, just put a parentheses of 4, or whatever, 2, or however many didn't complete out of that, just so that we would know how many dropped out from enrolled to completed. And I think that kind of gives us a better idea of comparing apples to apples as it is. And then the last thing, and I'm not sure, as I was exploring the data, I noticed a significant difference between the number of kiddos that enroll that are continuously enrolled versus non-continuously enrolled. And I don't know who's best suited to address that. I didn't come prepared to ask that question. It just kind of hit me as I was studying the data a little bit more. But is that, if somebody can address that maybe even in a board update, but why those numbers are so significantly different. So
I'd only be guessing as to the why, but that's just one of the Lone Star governance groups that they recommend that you look at each time. And I think it's really just describing the success of students who stay with Round Rock for extended periods of time, as opposed to your more mobile students. That's really what's happening there, because you would have had to have been enrolled on the PEAM snapshot date 3 times in a row to be in the continuously enrolled group. So I can send a little more info, just refreshing everyone's memory on what that group
Well, and I knew it was tied to the mobility rate, but if that was a student population group that's really hard to give the extra resources to because that group moves around so much, or, just maybe something to kind of talk about how that group doesn't enroll as much. And I get it because Round Rock ISD is so fabulous and we get all of our kids enrolled that somebody moves in and then they're not prepared for an upper level math class. I get that, but just... you can target kiddos based on their ethnicity, and you can target kiddos based on their ECODIS, but non-continuously enrolled is a little bit harder because it's such a moving target. And so maybe if we could just kind of talk about that a little bit in a board update or something in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
And thank you for the PSAT information, Ms. Swain.
Next, we have our discussion item, board training hours. I think that's just what we're reporting on. Yeah, I don't know if someone feels really strongly we need to discuss this.
It's just a requirement that you have posted every year.
I know it's a discussion item. I'm just pleased.
Everybody passed.
I think there's 3 that have a causation and 4 that also have a causation.
I think so too. So we don't have to vote on anything. This is just for the record. So I thankfully see no discussion. No buttons. We can move quickly to item I, action items for consideration by consent. Mr. Chadwell.
I move to adopt action items I through I1 through 4 by consent.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt items I1 through 4 by consent. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Passes 6-0. Mr. Math is no longer in attendance. We have quickly action J1, waive first reading and adoption of policy CFC local. You've waited so long, 12:23.
Question is, can we make it by 12:30?
Oh, we can.
7 minutes. Less, sorry, 6.
I just got my button on. Can I?
You were already going to make the motion.
I was just going to make a motion.
It's a minor change. It's the change that we talked about in the last board meeting, changing the reporting to the board from a semi-annual basis to quarterly.
And then for those, I think you have your fancy spreadsheet too. That will be the.
It will be an exhibit to CFC, local and regulation, and I guess legal as well.
Ms. Feller?
The only comment I had on this one was on the exhibit, and that was as if it was 2 yeses in a row, where audit refers to the highest board officer.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't remember that discussion where we were just going to refer it to one board officer. I thought it was to all board officers not named.
That would be where it says no. IA refers to full board to review.
So that would be to the full board.
Yes.
But on the second yes, where could report have legal or egregious impact, and it says yes, then it says highest board officer not named. Should it be officers?
I thought we
had agreed that we would
the
make
highest officer, and I think I took the notes from Ms. President Weir. But again, we can change that if you like to all officers or just the highest officer.
I would prefer that it said to all board officers not named in the report.
I agree with that. I think the more people that see this,
Okay.
the more that see it, the more that there's no question about, well, that one was brushed aside or that one was. So I'd say put as many.
We can make that change. And again, exhibit does not have to be approved by the board. It's CFC local that does, so we can make this change.
Would just add the S?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was the only comment I had on that one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for putting that together.
No problem.
All right. So does anyone have a motion?
I move that the board waive the first reading and apply and adopt policy CFC local as presented with an adoption date of October 15th, 2020 with the modification just cited.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second for the waive first reading and adoption of policy CFC local as presented with the adoption date of October 15th, 2020. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying. All right, do we have any board announcements or requests for future agenda items? I do not see any. Oh, Ms. Feller.
Question on, and we don't have the answer tonight, I understand, but when we are going to be allowing the public to come back to our board meetings and how that relates to the Williamson County order for allowing people. So if we could put that on a possible discussion item for allowing public back into our meetings.
All right. And did you write that down, Dr. Flores? Because that may be something that's going to be a staff. Thank you. All right, we have no need to go into closed. So if there are no objections, it is 12:27 and we are adjourned.